Hello, my friend, my fancy. Welcome to this stream of October 25th. Man, today is quite a day. Women, yeah. You know, I had a slight headache. And then I realized, wait, I haven't had my coffee today. And so I took some coffee now while doing the stream preparation and maintenance. And it's pretty much gone. I think I'm addicted. But how are you doing, Fancy? Thank you for being here. You're good? Hell yeah. And it's about to be even better. Because we're gonna play Downpour. We're gonna finish Downpour. Can you imagine what relief that is? I've heard it's a great game. It's on my backlog. I believe Near Automata, that's how you pronounce it, is a game that I want to play on the new PC. I don't think my PC right now can stream and play it at a high frame rate, so I'd rather wait. Masterpiece. Oh yeah, the sub 10 FPS. We had a room where it was under 10 FPS, like consistently, not just a drop. It did not feel good at all. Yeah, it does. It does. I have to give it that. It runs at a higher resolution and a higher frame rate than multiplayer GoldenEye. Wait, what? I wish there was a way to fix the quotes, because if number 1 has been removed, you can't replace it with something new. It's like always not found. There you go. I like that quote. Perfect now when Aceback is here. And Mr. Windy. There should be a cooldown on the quotes. But speaking of feeling good, I'm not gonna bother you guys too much with the technical details, but I am very stoked that I have... can you say that? I'm stoked. Yeah, I guess so. Excited that I have probably finally fixed or found the source for the random crashes. And Wimbledon is like, no! The sloppy banana! We're never gonna have another one! And that's the genius, Wimbledon. That's the beauty of it. It will never happen again. Never. So you have to... We'll have to cherish that sacred moment. But yeah, if you want the technical details, go to the announcement Discord and read. Speaking of which... Oh, thank you, Aceback, for linking. But yes, you can read up on the details right there. It is a combination of Stream Deck and rescaling the output from 2K to 1080p. And after a lot of testing, this should work. I really hope so. But I've said that before and you know how it goes. So the only way we can truly test it is to stream and see how it goes. So for this one, we are streaming in 2K because the game is in 30 FPS. And I believe, since the game does not take up the entire window, 2K at 30 FPS and 6 megabits per second should be okay. You guys let me know if it looks like a garbled pixel mess. But for the YouTube VOD, it's gonna look clean. It's gonna be 2K and high bitrate source upload. But yeah, never mind. Let's stop talking about those things. Got my coffee, I got my Kex box. I feel more progressed. Gonna get something to eat. Sounds good. This music sounds so cursed. Uh-oh, what happened to stream elements? I mean avatars. Okay, it's good. Hey, speaking of stream avatars, I've made a new command that you guys can check out. This one. So whenever someone new or someone asks about the commands, we have that, command for the command list. But I would like to make something more... what should you say? Something that lets you know about everything regarding the avatars, like how to upgrade, where to find it, how it works, how the minigames work, like a crash course. Oh, no, he did it! Cupman, no! Why did you do that? It actually worked, you bombed Shantae. Oh no. It actually worked. I've never seen that before. And it's so perfect with Cuphead also. Oh, by the way, speaking of Cuphead, I looked at some of our previous streams, and Fancy Yoshi's name was like hovering way above Cuphead. I was like, why is it doing that? And so I checked Cuphead's collision box, and it did not match his sprite at all. So as you can see, Cuphead's... You can bomb yourself, yeah. Cuphead's name should be more aligned now. Hello, Champy! Welcome! Good to see you too. Yeah, I'm all good. I'm gonna jump over to some Downpour. Unfortunately. First off, I need to start up. Oh, hello, Opus. Sorry, I missed. Native resolution? Yeah. Opus, read the announcement Discord for more information. If you're curious. Okay, let's see here. Full screen. 16:9. River cam off. Music off. Xbox crashing. Hell yeah. By the way, this game has an opening, which we haven't seen yet. I mean, I've seen it, but might as well show it to the stream. We have double audio. Everything is looking good. I think it's better if we start with this game, finish it off, so I don't sit here and get extremely depressed like I did yesterday. Wow, that was tough. Like, I was physically and mentally exhausted after yesterday. It was a long stream too, like 7 hours. Bottom left, without you banning me. There are many ways you can ask me what that is, Fancy, without you getting banned. But I don't know who that is. Maybe Windblown can tell me. I don't have issues. I strive for quality entertainment. Irony, since we're playing this game. Okay, check it out.
Revenge is a long, treacherous road, isn't it, Mr. Pendleton? Where do you suppose it ends?
Bonus points if you know what band it is.
What the hell's going on here, Rex? What is this place?
Wicked old beast, ain't she? Hope you find whatever it is you're looking for.
Prisoner secure. Open 302B. Transfer.
I start to search over the places that I have found. All the decreases in my mind that are tore up somehow. I want to keep the pace. I want to figure it out. I gotta do it this way. If I don't up against the wall.
Do you understand me? Do you?
Like my psycho to sleep, he's always always there, I start to weep. Close my eyes, I go to sleep. He's always there, I start to weep. Close my eyes, I go to sleep. He's always there.
Now who said anything about trouble?
I go to sleep. He's always there, I start to weep. Close my eyes, I go to sleep. He's
Where
always
am
there, I start to weep.
Why are you doing this to me?
I go to sleep. He's always there, I start to weep.
What happened? That was an accident. You see you around, Murphy. No. Just wait a second. Just point the way out of town, and I'll keep right on going.
Well,
What do you say about that? I have to say, out of all the Silent Hill openings, that's one of my favorites. That's true. I don't hate everything about this game. It's super different compared to all of the other Silent Hill games because, yeah, it's not Akira Yamaoka, yada yada. But that's exactly kind of what I want, you know? I want them to make that it's not gonna work out. And this game tried very hard. It did not succeed. But yeah, good song. It's by Korn, if you didn't know. I like it. Let's continue. But extension. Let me see. Oh, so you can have it as a separate tab. Wow. Does it work for you guys? Whoa, where am I? Oh yeah, this is where we left. Left off. Okay, soldiers, let's power through. No flashlight.
This door must be open from somewhere else.
I like how the lock is completely stationary. Well, this game actually isn't that bad. Freaking jigsaw doll, Pepe. But that's what hurts my soul, Fancy. There are some good ideas, I guess. There are some things about this game that are good. It shows potential. But when this game is bad, oh, is it bad?
I might be able to cross over on this.
I think I need the Narokath moves. Always does the trick. Oh, Tony Hawk's Pro Skater? Prog Skater. On this game's ending? We'll talk about that once we get there. I also have to show the different endings on the stream. Yeah, definitely. Rosalina's a close second. But that's all because of her lack of enthusiasm.
Come on, Murphy, hold it together, man.
It reflects how I feel about the rabbits as a whole. So it's a beautiful irony. That's okay, Fancy. I don't judge. I respect and appreciate. I love and I tolerate.
Perfect. I need another key card.
Okay, so in this playthrough, we have skipped out on all of the side quests. And they usually give you temporary rewards, like a pistol, a shotgun, maybe a cool melee weapon that lasts for longer than the other ones, yada yada. But in places like these, or after those cutscenes with the boat, you lose everything anyway.
That might come in handy. But how do I get the damn thing open?
Third wall breaking with the sighing and the bored voice lines. Third wall breaking. Huh. The code. Figure out the code. It won't be easy. Replace this third, this fourth, this third.
You don't need these anymore, do you?
That's a B-17 bomber reference. But Windblown, Midnight will be back, right? She'll be back. Copium. Very happy to see you, Windblown. Yeah, me too. Uh-huh. She will be. Trust me. Okay, so I got an axe. Now we can break the lock. But how do we get back? Yeah, Isbek, you remember what you promised? You have promised 2 things. You have yet to fulfill any of them at this point. That's one of them. Thank you, man. You know exactly what it is, Isbek. Don't you be trolling me. Cooklet! I love these sticks. They're beautiful. Just like you guys. Mm-hmm. A hint. Here's a hint for you. Yeah, fancy. Oh.
But I'm only a human. Poggiest.
Why is chat so fucking horny all the time? Says you, Crims. Who is that in the bottom left corner of the screen? You know what? You can appreciate characters without being horny, right? I can have an Aubrey portrait right here because it makes me happy, not horny, okay? It's perfectly viable and doable. You know what? Yesterday, I took a shower. Let that sink in. And the second after I got out, I watched some anime. And I watched an entire episode without getting a boner. You heard it here first. Well, that is a lot of copium, Crims. Overdose. Yeah, okay. You can add that quote. Ah! Okay, that actually scared me. Wow. Okay, wow. This game actually scared me for once. That was a genuine jump I did. I don't want to read this because I can't scroll. Look, I'm just touching the stick and it flies all across the screen. Look. When this game is bad, it's really bad. Imagine getting a boner while watching anime. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. It might have happened once. Just like Fancy said, I'm only human. It's not getting a boner after watching one episode of anime so uncommon it's a big deal to you? No, not necessarily. I'm just saying that it's perfectly possible. That was but technically hentai is animated. It's just a subgenre. Sub? Nah. Where's Lath when you need them? Yeah, true. To you during my dress-up dolling. Uh-huh. Are you speaking from experience here, my friend? You know what? What if I paid attention? To be fair, Crims is the kind of guy to watch hentai for the plot. We did that at the Libra game once. Too much weird tags? Fuck, I got a piece of nut stuck in the back of my mouth. Feels weird, man. Fucking focus, Crims! Oh, we're going up again. Oh, no, I'm down. That's Half-Life. Hey, when I get big nuts stuck in my mouth. I can relate. Always weird to have a nut stuck in the back of your mouth. Okay. Okay, so... This is chat right here. I'm just minding my own business! I can't hydrate now, he's spazzing out! Monkey mode! Oh, now he's running, and now he's jogging, okay. That's nice, Murphy, just to change your pace whenever you feel like it. There's nothing here. That's a gun! Shoot him! Why are you punching him with the gun? Shoot him! I can't play with this camera! What? Having fun with Downpour? No. American and used the gun. Okay, that's not nice. You know what? We're gonna have an ad break in less than a minute. Enjoy. Thank you, Fancy. Bring a bomb to a nuke fight. The mass bomb. Wait, how expensive is that, Windblown? Ha! I don't get ads. Or are you cheating? Yo, what's up, Stream Elements? Let's dance it off. I might need to heal. There we go. That's another good thing about this game. You can see your health on the flashlights. Wait, what? Fancy, I think he's mod abusing. I'll wager a guess that you've had more ad breaks playing this game than any other game on stream. Ad breaks? No. We have a schedule. It's 90 seconds every 30 minutes. We're playing Oblivion now? Oh, hello. That was pretty cool. Although I don't get why it's so... What is it called? Like, what is this? Why does it look like this? Makes no sense. You know, visually on Murphy's back, that looks good. You can see some of the wrinkles on the shirts. Changing. And then the frame rate goes down to 10. Oh, yes. I love this. Crims, I must know. What do you want, my friend? This game. Book of Memories isn't even a Silent Hill game for me. I can't really consider it a Silent Hill game. It's that bad. It's a dungeon crawler. That's all you need to know. Ooh, new trailer? Hell yeah. Yeah, go ahead, link it if you want. I have only watched one trailer for that game. Ooh, that was pretty... That was cool. Wow. Released in the last 10 years. It's the Killman Deluxe. Whoa, stop slapping me, dude. Bye-bye. Going over the combat. Yeah. Personally, I will just play the game when it comes out. I want to be surprised as I'm playing the game. Like, wow, you can do that? You can do this and whatever. That's how the enemies look. That's how they move. But and also, I have no doubt that it's a masterpiece. But why did we even go up here again? Yeah, this game came out 2012, so it's been over 10 years since the last... Yeah, mainline Silent Hill game. Didn't they release Book of Memories the same year? So we got HD Collection, the worst re-release or port of any game of all time on this scale. And then Downpour. And then a dungeon crawler. And then Konami just went into hibernation for 10 years, woke up and decided, oh shit, we need to just turn on the Silent Hill sprinkler. Just throw a bunch of projects out there. One of them is bound to be good. It went so well last time. But you know what? I actually have hope. True. But since it was cancelled, I don't count it that much. I guess they released the teaser. That was official released and whatnot. But like, oh hello. Like a fully released game. And I highly doubt that all of those games they have announced now, that any of them will be cancelled. At most, one of them. Okay, do I need to fight this guy? I don't want to fight him with this fucked up camera. I don't think I can run. I can't even hit him. Well, there we go. Why is it so bad? Yeah, I need to see what it says here. Access card. Take the angry letter. I'm not sure which where we are. Get free from the prison juggernaut and run past the exposed wire. Okay, A2. Run east along the cells and then north. Do I have a map? What is north? Okay. And then turn into the cells where the ball came out from and go up to the end. Take the angry letter from the small table. I haven't. Have I seen those? Yeah, maybe. I never want to see you again. Yeah, that must be it. Police cars every... Oh. Audio just clipped out. What kind of town is this? It just stopped. Wait. Can I... No. Oh, now it's back. Yeah, they did. For 360, because it was so broken. Silent Hill 3 on 360 crashes more often than not. So they issued refunds. But the PlayStation 3 got patched, so I think it's much more stable. It still sucks though. That's why it's so fun. We're gonna play the promotional disc on 360. It is gonna be objectively the worst release of those two games that you can find officially on a disc. You could argue it's not official because, you know, it's a promotional disc, but it's, you know, there, it was made. It's not fan-made. That disc was put together under Konami's supervision. You can. I wonder how it runs there. Okay, hide here. Oh. But didn't it say to run past him? It's not a cutscene. Go up one level and smash the padlock, head east. Oh, I missed this padlock. Yeah, I'm actually curious. What's with his face? It's like a clown. Oh. Next one. Here we go. Go. Ah, fuck. My depth perception was not where it should have been. Alright, Narokath moves. Here we go. What? Come on! I think there's like an Easter egg on these loading screens that if you press enough buttons, it says stop doing that. That's neat. You see? Not that one, but you get some of those joke loading messages. Downpour 2. Wow. If only. Can we go in here? Yeah, it doesn't help though. Oh. Ah, I see. So we can? The guide is tricking me. Oh, fuck. Oh. What? The guide said to run past it immediately. But he needs to go down first, doesn't he? In a direct sequel. But this game didn't sell that well, did it? There's like 500,000 copies. While Resident Evil 6 sold like 8 times more. Oh yeah, I have no doubt. Fancy. It's gonna be great. When would you guys think a PC port comes out for Ragnarok? Go, 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 go. Oh, fuck's sake. Yeah, Resident Evil 6 sold so much. Kind of weird how they decided to... Yeah, go back with Resident Evil 7. Making it first person and more horror and survival based. Even though it sold so well. This game is already killing me. $10 million. Man, that makes me so depressed. There's no way to get past it. If I go too early... The hitbox is lingering. It says to run past it. Yeah, let's hope it's 1 year. I don't know if I want to play it on PS4 Pro. Oh yeah, they had Devil May Cry and Beautiful Joe back then. Make more action games. And they were great. Now how do we even deal with this? First we get rid of this guy. Oh, god fucking damn it, I hate this game. Yeah, it's just a meme at this point. It's kind of like Half-Life 3. I don't want them to make it anymore. There are way too many memes. There are too many... It's too much expectation. What about Resident Evil 7? It didn't sold sell that poorly. I don't want to be here anymore. Yeah, it was not as good as 6 in terms of sales, but it was good enough. Okay, next one. Go. $11. Damn. In total? Okay, what do we do now? It's way too often. You don't have time for that shit. Because he's jogging. Why is he jogging? Please, someone, please tell me you saw that. This game is broken. It's unplayable. This is not the first time it happened. This has happened multiple times throughout the game. There was another trap before with some spikes that went in a very clear pattern. And I started walking past them when it retracted and I still got hit. It must be. It definitely must be. We're not even an hour into this game and I'm already drained out of my energy. I'm so tired. I don't want to play this game anymore. What the fuck was that? Please. The only comfort I have is that other people are actually seeing how bad this game is. Because the last 2 times I streamed this game, I did not have that comfort. The hitboxes are not lining up with the visuals at all. Someone. That was like a full second after it touched. And it still hit me. Like, I'm about to give up. The game is so broken. I can't get past this area. We've been here for like 15 minutes now. Mostly due to this loading screen. There is no game out in the world that breaks me as quickly as this one. We haven't even played for 1 hour and I'm already pissed. I'm already tired. Not even Sonic 06 did this. Sonic 06 broke me after, what was it, 6 hours? This game breaks me in less than 1. No, I can't. I can't. I need to finish this game. This has been going on for over 10 years. I've never finished this game because of how bad it is. What do I do now? I can't get past. I have a guide right next to me that says, get free from the prisoner and run past the exposed wire. There's nothing else I can do. You wanna try, Ace-Back? I need to figure out exactly where the hitbox starts so I can get a good... God damn. You need like perfect timing. Oh. Thank the Lord. How many tries did that take? You tried, yeah, sure. How many tries was that? Oh, we don't have anything for this. Oh, wait. Oh, I didn't see the card reader. Thank you. Yeah, sure. Uh-huh. How many rounds? 5? Okay, can I reload? No. How do you reload your gun? Oh, I thought 7 was how much I have. Never mind. Pick it up. But he attacked random. It's not his fault. Oh shit, I looked away during the cutscene. What happened? Yeah. Loud equals scary. Man. Fancy Yoshi is the spitting image of Aceback. Like duality is beautiful. Uh-huh. I guess we're done here, right? Control room access card, take a block B map from the drawer. I don't think we did we? Oh, that was the cutscene. Okay, never mind. We did get it. Can you do that? Mass jump? Oh, that's clever. Unequip all your items on the counter. Wait, what? Why? Oh, never mind. We need to get to the next place. Oh, what? To open the gate ahead. Why is it randomly so loud? Mm-hmm. Damn. Hey, Spec. The kitchen. It's right there. Kitchen, as Lakota says it. Yeah.
Finally. The guards can pass their sidearms through that window.
Okay, thankfully we don't need to place everything one at a time. Wait a second! I have a shiny quarter! Could be handy. What now? You know what? Take this! He missed. This running animation is beautiful. Wait, did I drop the shotgun? I did. I dropped the shotgun when I picked... Can we redo this? Wow, this camera is bad. This camera is unplayable. Where's my shotty? Oh shit. Woo! His auto aim is actually broken. Uh-oh. Get him! Well, everyone! You can't break this with shotgun? Fancy, this game is good. It's good at making me question why I play video games in the first place. In the most beautiful way possible. Why do I play games? Because they're fun. This game, not so much. But I need to do this. I need to feel the despair of playing Downpour, so I can go and play some Shantae later. And that's a lot of copium though. So I'm never gonna play Shantae, it seems. Ooh. Did you beat the mod? Hell yeah. Okay, so what is the objective in here? The workshop storage. Wait, you can throw him? 2, 2, 3, 4, 5. Haha. It actually worked. He can't get past it.
You never stopped trying to help me, did you, Frank?
Look. I can't believe this worked. Mr. Laugh! Mr. I don't stream today. Oh. I would like some proof of that, Mr. Laugh. Did I ever say that? I said postpone. But yeah, I'm pretty hyped. No more stream crashes. Bye-bye, Goose. Jävlar vilken spark. Finish him! Just watch the stream avatars. Okay. What? Whoa! The camera did a full 360. Okay, I don't want this. No. Yeah, okay, that worked. Yay! How does one add a quote? Isn't it the quote add? Yeah, there you go. No, he got past my obstacle course. Well, I can't push it anymore. I'm in combat mode. Noise. Yeah, I see the numbers. Are you guys actually seeing this game, or is it only stream avatars today? No, I honestly don't blame you. What was that sound? Oh. Where are you coming from? What's with this camera? Boxing zombies. And they just keep on coming. Stop. Wow, I felt that kick in the morning. Ooh, hell yeah. Lockdown. Oh yeah, I'm sorry about this alarm, but I can't get out of here. They're constantly on my ass. Just give me a new weapon. Oh, hello, Makor. Thanks for being here. I promise I'll do my best to get out of this room. I just want them to finally stay down. There you go. What? One more? I don't want to play this game anymore. Okay, do I have time to do this? 2-2. It's over. It's Narokath gift? Narokath gift in chat?
Makor got a gifted subscription. What a lovely gesture. Present, Windblown Diso gifted a tier 1 sub to Makor. They have given 59 gift subs in the channel.
59. Oh, I love this guy. Windy. You had to listen to the alarm for 15 hours. And then I had to get past the electrical wire for 2 streams straight. And yet you're here. And yet you're supporting. Is there anything I can do? I don't know what I'm actually saying here. can't get past my little box. See, this is Resident Evil 4. You know, maybe I should have used the box to get in here. This music. There you go. There you go, Murphy. Oh, I guess he's dead. Oh, they actually made a cutscene out of this. Wow. 10 more windy for the nice number. Quote 28 laugh. You know, from now on, I'm just gonna talk in quotes. Isn't that what I've been... Do you have something you want to say to my 6 amiibo Splatoon figures behind me? What the? I don't have... Oh, the shiny quarter. They didn't change. They're exactly the same. Oh, that's some gachibas. Narokath moves. I'm coming for that ass, Murphy. Let's go. Uh-huh. Hey, that was uncalled for. Shut your mouth. Murphy, what happened to the fall? Why are you still here? Whoa. I'm just guarding! I'm holding Y and the fucking camera is spinning! Why? Oh! This music. Oh, hit him too?
Well, off to visit your mother.
I don't want to fight them. Fighting in this game is impossible. Look at this! I'm just guarding! Feels like I'm getting bullied by the game. It's laughing at me. It knows exactly what it's doing. understand. Come on, dude, get past. Uh-oh. Woo! Come on now. Yes. First try. Bye, Goose. You know what? I love you guys. I'm very happy that you're here. You're keeping me company. But it's so evident to me. So freaking evident that no one likes this game. No one is engaged with it. No one thinks it's interesting. And so Avatars is taking over completely. I don't blame you. Honestly, I kind of wish I was playing Stream Avatars right now. Wait, what? Okay, Fancy. That's okay. I still love you. A much worse game. Sonic 06? I'm struggling to think of worse games than this. The Knack and Balan Wonderworld. Why do I have a feeling that we need to stream those games at some point? Should I, Fancy? This looks like Pepe. No, I'm just seeing stuff that could make me happy. I have not played it. I wonder if I should stream it. Amogus? Then yes. But why Fancy? Why should I stream shitty games? Don't you guys like it when I'm in a good mood and I'm like, wow, did you see that? This game is crazy, woo! You don't want that? All you want is ghost, rabbit, waifus, and dancing genies. I don't know what to do. Oh, it hurts. Oh, this frame rate hurts. I want a smiling Crims. But I'm playing Downpour Laugh. This game is supposed to make you feel uncomfortable. You know, I was, of course, looking at yesterday's stream when I took those screenshots of Midnight. And I looked over at, you know, me on the cam. And I just had the... Not the weirdest smile, that sounds so bad. But, like, I was definitely smiling more during her cutscenes than not. So maybe that's what we should stream. Waifu Wednesday. Weep Waifu Wednesday? Does that sound good? Did we do everything we need to do in here? I was not smiling when I was playing Omori. Oh, no. Yeah. Bad ending and the worst song in the game. Prison Shank.
How's it going, Murph? Heard you're gonna be leaving us soon. You weren't thinking of leaving before you paid back my favor, were you?
Hey, who's there?
Is that who I think it is? Mr. Cupcake himself? Stand back, demons! I'm almost out of coffee and then it's over. Fuck you! Alright, Murphy. I need you to fuel me with your beautiful scream. Your agonizing song. Give it to me. Fucking Prince of Persia now? Ah. Murphy, you know what to do. Ah. I need to hear it. There's the smiling Crims. There's one that's even better. Oh, I love this game. DPD? He's auto crouching it anyway. Ooh, look at this hallway. That was cool. Another one of... We've already done this! Why? Okay, is it the same pattern as last time? It can't be. Two, 3, 4, 5. Oh yeah, of course. I keep on forgetting it. I'm thinking of Dragon Ball and then like some subtitle because I don't know anything about Dragon Ball. This is a cool fixed camera angle. No, don't you dare. Okay, how do I holster the melee weapon? I guess I can't. I'm looking a little bit pale there, Murphy. What's up? Freaking cat bag. Va? Nej. Stop! What? Did you Murphy shot the one on the ground! I'm very disappointed, dude. No, please. There you go. Oh, is this like enemy waves before we can continue? It is. Yeah, we need to fight enemies until we get all the way to the bottom. Is it next wave? Easy clap. I should probably save my shotgun. What am I doing? For this guy. Go. Go, go, go. Woo! The Cambo! Mr. Man! Dude, I'm so happy today, man. Do you know why? Read the announcement channel if you haven't. No more stream crashes. Hype. But then it all got worse because I'm playing this shit. Yeah. It's not looking good. Shotgun shells! Where's my shotgun? Did I break it? I have 5 shells. I need my shotty. Isn't it right here? Well, that's a... It's a chair. Chair leg. I dropped my shot. Man, I'm sad.
Yeah! Yeah!
Zoom zoom.
Are you serious right now, bro?
Because you said we need silence! God damn it! Do I need to spell it out for you? Where have I seen this before? It's exact same animation and exact same sequence of buttons. Cool. What? Oh, there were like 2 frames. He was standing on nothing. Guys, can you believe it? We're 88% done with the game. 0 side quests. What is this, Mother Brain? Ketchup popsicle. Yeah, I'd say. But why is the reflection brighter than the... Oh. I don't get it. What the? No. They ripped off Resident Evil Remake on GameCube. In the right channel. No. They took one of the ambient tracks from Resident Evil Remake, panned it to the right, and added some weird reverb effects and shit to it. Probably not, but it sounds very similar at some points. Uh-huh. I kind of like the whole reflection gimmick here. Whoa.
That's right, you ugly bastards. Back off!
Calling you a clown, right? Ah. Hit the head. You hit the head right on the nail. Lakota, I think you're funny. Is that an insult? That double yell. Oh! Nah. I am not scared by these enemies. They look like clowns to me. Lakota. Oh, they're gonna do the tackle. No? Okay. Fine then. Woo! Woo! Wait, what am I doing here? Maybe I should focus. We need more silence. Night. Wait, do I need to... What? Yeah, I trapped him in the cage. Okay. I called you a clown. This is tough. Like, how am I supposed to... Oh! No. No, 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 no. This is the perfect timing. Come on! Come on! What? Yeah, I was thinking about the spotlights, but it doesn't seem to work. Like, these buttons are not functional, and there's nothing around the spotlight itself. It said on the guide to trap them, but how? How am I supposed to trap them here? How am I supposed to make them stay? He's not gonna stay in there. On the other side, I don't see any buttons anywhere. He's just wait, he's walking in place. He got stuck. Oh, mirrored. Of course. I need to get my health back. I do believe it goes back a little bit. Let's see, 16%. Oh, I see, I see. And then, oh, I need to be quick. Okay. As soon as they are closer to us, like now. I don't know if it's fast enough. It's not. Is that what you mean, wind blow? Oh wait, there's here. But that's just for one of them. Oh, I thought I had to get over to the valve. Oh.
Yes.
No. Why did you only get happy after trapping the first one, Murphy? You have some kind of exclusive agenda? And then we go, what? There's collision here. Hello. I'm kind of curious to see what ending we're gonna get. And maybe side quests will affect the outcome. That makes sense to me. Oh, dude, I was focused on what I was saying, so I did not pay attention to what just happened. What happened? It's oh, the mirrored side. Okay. That's how hard I focus sometimes. When I'm like formulating what I'm about to say. So I just lose all concentration on everything else. Uh-huh. Ooh. What's with the sound? Uh-oh. I was just gonna check it out. Are you gonna settle or... No? Okay. That was a very silly sound. No, we just had an ad break. God damn it. Wait, eat chocolate 14 minutes ago. Is that a second chocolate or was that... It must be a second. Can I go back? Uh-huh. Does it start up again? Chocolate! Yeah, it... Oh wow, that's so Resident Evil Remake. Well, after you get back to the mansion... It's... Wait, I'm holding them completely wrong here. There we go. Come on, dude. Now lick your teeth, Crims. Go. Huh. Do we have time for this? Thanks for the chocolate, my man. This looks interesting. You know, the only thing that's really consistent with this game is the resolution, because in modern games, especially on Switch, they're using the adaptive resolution thingy, and that can make it look like Kill Me With Fire. But at least this game is consistent. It's not much of a praise, but it's something. Look, it's downpouring outside. I have an idea, but I want your guys' opinion or feedback on it. Wow, look at that sky. But it's... Why is it stationary when it's lighting? Okay. So I was thinking of watching that the Downpour analysis and review. That's like 2 hours long. Thinking of doing it on stream and kind of give my own input, like what I think is true and not. But it's a 2 hour long video, so I don't know. So where do we want to place them? Crims reacts, yeah. Okay, so we want to get to this pile for some reason. It should be enough to have it like here. And this audio is loud and obnoxious, just like me. Yeah, get him over to the left side. There you go. Nah. Nice. Hello. So, what do we want to do down here? Need to pull the lever. Get through. Oh, we need to go through here. I should have trapped him on that side. Should we fight them? Ooh, the dabble. Woo! Stepping a bit too far there, my friend. Oh, no. No. Them first. At least there's some kind of audio cue to let you know that they're dead. But you're already up. Yeah, I'm going up to the searchlight. Yeah, in you go. Oh, it doesn't go further. Well, in that case, can you come out? Hello? Yeah, there you go. There you go. Come now. Almost. Yeah, that's good. That's good. Don't step into the light. No. There you go. Is it worth it? Oh wait, there's another one.
Wait, no. Come on, damn it. Work.
Yeah, it's gonna slowly but surely move them over to the left side. The downtime is too bad. Obsidian lung? Oh, man, thank you.
Welcome to the family, Obsidian Lung, clapping hands.
How did he say it? Lung. Hey, I appreciate it very much. Thank you. Okay, so I have an idea. We'll put the spotlight here. Here, maybe. And then we'll go down, chase them into that big arena, and then try to time that light so they stay in there. And then we go up and close the gates. But as you can pop up kind of purplish Because I have my LED light on in front of me. So, like, if I turn it off, there's no light. Wait, can I even go here? No. And we can have all kinds of lights. We can go with green if you want. Ew. I guess I have to do this without manually. Yeah, being down there to influence them. Maybe if we stand left of it? Okay, you need to get out of that corner. There you go. Nah. Stop it! Probably doesn't help. Just stay down here. Or does it? No, you see, they're trying to go through that door. What about here? No, for some reason they're standing by the searchlights. Oh, this sucks. Downpour sucks. It really, really sucks. If this is the intended way of doing this, it's not that fun. Well, okay, now they're just willingly walking in there. Okay. Huh, it worked. Okay, I guess it was okay. Now what? The door isn't open. Oh wait, it's the other lever, isn't it? Maybe here? What's the point of this room? Oh. We're not done yet. He needs to be in there as well. Why do I have my window closed? Go in? took forever. Like Rosalina said. Okay, will something happen now? Imagine if you get squished there, if you're too eager, and have to redo the entire room. Mm-hmm. I hope so. Tonight, there's gonna be a jailbreak. It's the void again! Woo! Oh, never mind. Woo! Where are we going? Downstairs? Upstairs? Oh. Man, I'm not doing a good job of avoiding these enemies, am I? Nah. Prince of Persia time. Go. Oh yeah. Why does the void have to go around? Oh, it doesn't. Never mind. That doesn't make any sense. You know, some of you guys know already that being chased is one of my worst fears. But that void does nothing. Like, I'm not feeling any sense of... Well, why is it so bright here? Where's the light source coming from? The shadows... Wait, what? This lamp? Okay. Oh... Well, this could take a while, so let's see what it says. Oh, it doesn't matter what we... Which side we pick. I guess we can do 2 on each side. Oh, we can't. I have faith. The game will be over soon. But first... Man, this looks like a final boss room. Woo! And next, like, are you seeing this frame rate? I missed that emote so much. The only thing we have now is like Prage or Prague. Okay, so he needs to lift his arm first. Now? No? Okay. Ooh. Ah, here we go. Oh, the Zappa. Oh, fuck. Yeah, that's a shame. Get around the town much faster. I have a feeling I never said it was my man. I love the way he turns around. Okay, we're gonna have an ad break in like 5 minutes, but I think everyone who's here right now is subbed, so it doesn't matter. Oh, what's down here? Ay, ay, ay. Oh. Okay. What? Okay. Nice to see you too. The dancing man. Shoot him, please. Shoot. Oh, no, 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 no. What happened to your arm, Murphy? I wasn't even close. Well, it's gonna be a fun one. I'm safe behind you. Hell yeah, boy. Thank you, Windy. Oh, it's the Narokath moves. Dude, I'm pulling it. What? Dude, that was as fast as I can. Oh, it worked. Whoa, whoa. What? What's with the cat? Oh. What? I've already been here? But don't tell me this is it. We just have to repeat this process for each life support too. Okay, Narokath moves here. Oh, so that was... Oh, you can move during the cutscene. Ow! Okay, good to know. Oh, get inside, get inside. Hide. Get up. Okay, quickly. Good timing. You can do it, Crims. I know, Wendy. Nah, I kind of like that you can move. Oh. Whoa, 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 whoa. Yeah, just keep an eye out. Oh, 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 oh. Oh. Okay, now we need to go around, don't we? That's why what the outer ring is for. Outer ring? Oh, I'm back at the beginning. No! I went the wrong way. Hey, Spec, can't you emulate this game, please? I thought you were... Okay. So how do I bait his attack? Oh, there we go, there we go. No? He's not punching! Woo! Okay, run. Out here. Can you emulate this game? Let's see what frame rate you get. Okay, there we go. Nice. Oh yeah, that first. I'm curious to see how it works on the Xbox Series X. I was about to try it when Ultimate was here, but he didn't want it on his list. He blocked my way! Fuck! No, 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 no. What do you mean? Move. What? 2 attacks? Oh, this is bad. Okay, we're good, we're good. Woo! Wow, this frame, it hurts. It hurts so bad. Both, ace-back. How did I get hit? The ambience of this game is fucking broken. It's just repeating constantly, even though it's a boss fight. It was on the same... Dude, I'm tapping it as fast as I can. What? The fuck? That was ultra fast. Oh. Disc only? I don't know. It probably isn't. It might. I don't know. Okay, try this one then. Okay, it's getting tougher for each one. But how are you supposed to do this as a Lester Gamer. Oh, whoa. Okay, make him cancel that and then run. I was not even close! That one I understand. So what do you guys think about this boss battle? I think visually it's kind of cool. But it's not fun to play thanks to the frame rate. I've said that maybe 20 times throughout this playthrough, but it's true every time. The only like fun part about this boss was to go along the outer ring and dodge the enemies and then keep track of his projectile throwing. And then it also has physics, which is pretty cool. So you have to use the terrain to block it, and then you can see it scatter left and right.
How could you?
What?
He was a good man. A good man.
Good!
What the hell are you talking about? That thing tried to kill me. It's not a man, it's a monster.
Oh, that's the deal he struck with the shady cop.
No, that's not how it was supposed to go. That's not what I agreed to.
Yeah, I already know. You don't need to show this again. Oh, never mind. I thought it was the conversation.
Murphy? Is that you?
Officer Coleridge?
Jeez, I'm glad it's just you. This thing is kicking off something fierce. I knew you'd be smart enough to steer clear of it.
What are you doing here?
Sewell told me to meet him here. You haven't seen him, have you? He ain't answering his radio. Are you okay, Murph? You don't look so good. What's that you got there? What the hell's going on, Murphy?
No. This isn't what I agreed to.
What are you talking about? Agreed to what?
Tell him, Murph.
What's going on here, Sewell? Why didn't you answer the radio?
Should've learned to keep your big fucking mouth shut, Frank. Now my friend Murphy's gotta shut it for you.
Murphy, don't do this.
Come on, Murphy, you gonna keep your end of the bargain?
Doesn't he have equipment to deal with him? A gun?
Do it, you son of a bitch!
No.
Do we have a decision here?
No.
He's already dead from the other cutscene. Oh, he does it instead.
You know, he was a great man, my dad. Didn't matter who you were. Family, friends, even prisoners. He treated everyone with respect. Always looking for the positive side of people. I wanted to be just like him.
You don't understand. Your father treated me like one of his own.
He didn't die right away, you know. After you were done beating the life out of him, he spent years in that wheelchair. A fucking vegetable. Did you know that? And I had to watch this wonderful man shit and piss all over himself, day after day after day. And every time I looked at him, you know what I saw?
Her head twitched.
I saw a monster. I saw you.
Just calm down a minute and let me tell you what really happened.
You don't know how many strings I had to pull to get your transfer approved, to get you to my prison. The favors I had to call in.
They look like monsters to you? They're really taking that.
You under my watch.
You don't have to do this.
My father was a good man. He didn't believe in revenge. But I do.
Wow. Wait, I get to play as the boogeyman? Yeah, me too. Please kill me. I'm so done with this game. Ooh, okay, so my guard is now a long-ranged attack, is it? Yeah, okay. I like the concept of playing as the boogeyman. Oh, wow, is this bad? Why is B?
I hate you.
Wait. Okay, so I'm standing still. I press B. Oh, never mind. It kind of worked. Yeah, now it works. You see? No?
Get away from me.
It's just take all the time you want. Woo! Bullseye.
Why won't you die?
I fought mud crabs more fearsome than you. Do I want to step on these? Bam! It's like Shadow of the Colossus in a way. Whoa, that has a great range.
Why won't you die?
No. Do I have a combo? Oh, got her! Easy clap. Wait, maybe that was bad ending. Maybe I shouldn't have killed her. No, what have I done? Oh, I gave in to the temptation. Windblown, you decide. I guess I was forced to deal with the encounter. Yeah. Need to make sure I'm not, playing on a Nintendo controller. Okay, get down on your knees and let her swing that. Oh, okay. Oh, I'm next. Just to be clear, that's not Pyramid Head.
No,
In case you're confused.
I won't do it.
Yeah, I thought you might say that.
No!
Jesus, you're pathetic. What about Napier? The guy kills your boy. You go through all the trouble of getting yourself locked up with him, and what happens? I serve him to you like a fucking Christmas goose, and you can't even finish the job. No, I gotta go in there and finish the bastard off for you. I ask for one little favor in return.
Murphy? Run!
And this is the thanks I get.
Frank!
Put your hands where I can see them.
You son of a...
I'm not gonna tell you again. Sewell here. We got an officer down. 1000, C block, shower level, over.
You can't do this.
I didn't. Whose prints do you think are on that ship?
10-4, backup's on its way, sit tight.
Roger that. Should have just kept your end of the deal, Murph. Cop killers don't last too long in here.
I'm sorry, Frank.
Man, you got played.
I'm sorry, Frank.
It wasn't you.
What?
It was my fault he died.
Pendleton.
I'm so sorry.
I forgive you.
Okay. Guess it's all fine then. What about Napier? You forgive him for that too? Wow, this game has colors.
I copy. Over.
What's your 20, Cunningham? We've got half
You
the department
20.
now looking for you. Over.
I'm okay. I'm on the shore of a lake somewhere. Afraid I can't be more specific than that. Over.
Roger. We'll send the bird sweep the shore again. We've located everyone except for one, Pendleton Murphy. You got a 20 on Pendleton, over.
Good ending! I guess?
Negative.
Yeah.
Pendleton's dead. Over.
Roger that.
But how do you know? I mean, can you prove that?
You gonna be okay?
You
You
can
better
just say
go.
he's dead and then just... Okay. They're not gonna ask for anything? Body location? You could have just said you didn't find... Oh, okay, yeah. They're gonna need a body, though. He's a convict. I know how it works. They're not gonna give up because she said he's dead. Oh, dude, if the game is over now, I'm throwing a fit. Devin shat all over the sky and made it downpour on this game. That's my review. That's all I need to say. I usually say everything regarding the games during the credit screen. The music, the sound, the gameplay, the story, everything else. I'm not gonna say anything more than what I just said. Fuck this game. Fuck those 50 G's I got. And I'm cursed having this game physically in my room. And even worse, it says Silent Hill. It says Silent Hill. Hey Crims, what's your favorite game series? Oh, you know, Silent Hill. Wow, cool. Have you played Downpour? We did it. We finally did it. Oh. 10 years. I streamed this game... Okay, 2013, first time. And I cancelled it. And then I streamed it again in 2016. And I cancelled it. It made me angry. It made me sad. Pissed me off. Made me rage. And... I couldn't deal with it. And it's always been there in my shelf. Day after day. All of these years, it's always been there in my shelf, staring at me. Hey, Crims, you're a Silent Hill fan, yet you haven't finished me. Now I have. This game? Fuck it. I've never done that in my entire life. I've never ever thrown a game case in my entire life. I just did it for the first time. You're the only one who deserves it. You absolute waste of garbage. I spent 10 seconds reading books. Look how far I ran. Look how far I fell, I mean. Oh. Okay, wait, that's pretty cool. Because sliding is something you only do in key story moments, so you can't really do more or less. It would be pretty cool if it was 666, no matter what, but no. You get close. Oh, nuts. Mysteries, gadgets. Nah, I'm serious, and exact. This is one of the worst games I've ever played in my life. But now I need to close this fucking Xbox. The only games we have played on this Xbox have sucked. Maybe not Code Veronica, damn it. That was okay. It pissed me off a bit, but it was good. This game, I don't know. But yeah, I'll see you guys very soon, and we'll react. And I also need to chill a bit. I need to just take it easy and watch a video. A shitty PS2. Imagine Downpour on PlayStation 2. Oh. Lord. Okay. Desktop audio. Be right back. River is probably very dark right now, so we'll just do Mario Kart. I'll see you guys soon. Alright, we are back. 16:09, pause music. Yeah. Display capture. That is not the monitor. There you go. Alright, can you see this? Yes, and you can hear it. Alt accounts. No, don't. I just want to play Shantae. Oh, we're gonna have ads in like 50 seconds. That was a bad timing. Damn it. Should I snooze? Yeah, we can snooze. Your birthday is going, is next week, right? Right, yes it is. Next Saturday. Crazy. Very crazy to think. It is, yeah, next Saturday. Wow. Wow, time passes fast, yeah. I'm gonna stream with Derby. It shall be fun. But yeah, we shall check out this video. I have it on my hard drive. I do that with some YouTube videos I really like. I download them off YouTube just to make sure they're not going away. Because as you know, throughout the years, a lot of channels have been taken down and people have deleted their old videos. So this is the only way I can make sure it will always be there. But yeah, the quality isn't that great. It's like 720/30, which is the same as the game. But we're using Media Player Classic with Mad VR plugin, so it should upscale the text a little bit. You can probably see that as I'm going full screen, right? It's like adding a nice sharpness layer to the video. That works very good for anime. Maybe not so much now, but we'll see. Hopefully it's not too heavy on the GPU because it's upscaling in real time. But yeah, let's check out this video now after we have finished Downpour. They usually make some skits here and there, so we might skip some of it, but they could be fun. It's been a while since I saw this video. So this is part 15, so there is some jokes that have been built up, some continuity between the reviews. So yeah, part 15.
Happiness is just a there for you. The bus is coming.
Oh hey, just make some pickle stew. I hope you're hungry. What's that?
You tell me.
I don't know what that is.
Oh, you don't know what that is? I think you do know what that is. That's a present from the viewers. You know what they're saying about you? They're saying you tried to speak for the other side, only you didn't really speak for the other side. You misrepresented them. That's what they're saying. They're calling you straw man.
Is that right?
That's right. Now, I can understand you playing devil's advocate, trying to bring some context to the situation. I can appreciate that. But what I don't appreciate is when something you said reflects poorly on me. As if somehow your attempts to bring the context to the situation is the worst thing I've ever done. Does that seem fair to you? Is it fair? Every line of dialogue I write for you comes from personal emails and YouTube comments. So don't you think for a second that I'm gonna feel guilty about something your precious other side said to me. That's what's unfair. And now you're gonna nod your head in agreement, and you're gonna go back to cooking for me. because that's what I wrote for you to do in the script. Isn't that right, straw man? Now I'm gonna go collect my basket. I'm gonna go out to that beautiful little cherry tree in the back, and I'm gonna pick some cherries. Here's your little, knife. Don't let your tears spoil my stew.
Okay, just to add some context to the situation here. So there are 3 people during these reviews. It's that guy, Fungo, and then the other guy with the knife. So they are criticizing and talking and analyzing about the Silent Hill games. And that guy who was making dinner, he's like representing the, I guess the audience. Like the mainstream audience and the people who eat everything that Konami puts out, the YouTube comments and everything. So he's representing, the audience and people who don't know about Silent Hill. And Fungo and the other guy with the knife are the people who are actually reviewing it and criticizing. But it's a Downpour review, A-Spec.
Silent Hill Downpour was released exactly 1 year ago on March 13th, 2012.
Tell me about it. What took you guys so long?
What do you think we are, IGN? We're supposed to throw a 4-minute review together and slap a number out of 10 at the end? These people paid for this.
Indeed.
We need to give them their money's worth.
This is the part of the video where we thank the donators. This video would not have been made without you.
Don't be proud to beg for money, you panhandlers.
Begging? There's no begging here. This is an even trade. This game for this review. We didn't want to play this game, but they're paying customers and they paid us for a review. And they'll be happy to know that despite having given Konami the revenue for just 2 copies in exchange for this review, Downpour has only sold about 500,000 units in the year since its release.
Technically, that qualifies it for a greatest hits release. But to look at it from a different perspective, compare it to Silent Hill's long-running rival Resident Evil, whose latest entry managed to quadruple that.
Yeah, I said that 4
days.
times.
And everybody hated that game. Capcom talks about these sales being disappointing. Compared to that, Downpour is not going to be winning any bestseller awards, or any other awards for that matter.
Indeed, the critical reception was, if you can believe the internet, mixed. But no matter what the final verdict, you'll be hard-pressed to find any reviewer that doesn't compare the game to its predecessors. Silent Hill is a big name, and Downpour has an enormous apron to fill, much to the dismay of its producer, Devin Shatsky.
There are a lot of Silent Hill fans out there we would love to silence. In a perfect world, our game would be judged on its own merit and not how it matches up to its predecessors.
Aha!
I truly believe nostalgia...
Wait, we need to change quickly shaders, I noticed. This one. Limited RGB to full. To post resize, I believe it is. Apply. There we go. So it's actually dark. Full range.
It's skewing people's perception, so we're never going to please everyone. That's a reality we accept. That being said, we're still trying very hard to appeal to the core SH fan as well as to a more mainstream audience. And believe me, it's a tough line to walk.
Basically what he's saying is that they knew they wouldn't be able to make a game that lives up to the standards of the originals, and that they would need to cast a wider net with their target audience to make up for the fans of the originals they were going to lose. After all, Silent Hill fans are unpleasable.
On the contrary, Silent Hill fans are very pleasable. Just make a good Silent Hill game.
Silent Hill F!
That would please us very much. But there is something to what Mr. Shatsky is saying, even if he doesn't know it. The way we judge late entries in the Silent Hill series is the same way we judge any adaptation of source material.
Whenever a new director attempts to make their own version of something that already existed before, there are 2 questions we ask in order to measure their success in doing so. Is the work functionally good? And is the work contextually good?
I agree with that.
In Downpour's case, we look at functionality in terms of gameplay and context in terms of canonical accuracy and ability to expand upon the story in some meaningful way.
If you can nail both, what you've got is a genius game. If the story is non-existent but the gameplay is just phenomenal, that would be enough to get you over the bar. There are plenty of games that get by with no story at all. If the game is a piece of crap, but it tells a good story that's true to the spirit of the material, in a Silent Hill game, that's equally important, if not more so.
Indeed.
We've always applied this reasoning to a new Silent Hill game, and Downpour is no different. So with this video, Devin's gonna get his wish. We're not gonna judge the game in a vacuum. There has to be some basis for comparison among games in general. But the first part will be untainted by nostalgia with no unfair comparisons to the originals. And then in the second part, we're gonna judge it based on the friggin' title.
Exactly. It's called Silent Hill.
Submitted for the approval of the Midnight Society, I call this story The Tale of Prisoner's
Wow, that
Palace.
outline. I want to see this, the original show.
Let's say you've never played a Silent Hill game. You walk into a GameStop, they treat you like crap, you walk back out of the GameStop and into the Target next door, and you see a copy of Downpour sitting on the shelf. What is this? I've never heard of this before. You turn it over to try to get some idea of what kind of a game it is. All you'll see is the phrase, "Who can stop the rain?" a dire warning against the people of Luvia, Finland. And this sentence right here, "Join convict Murphy Pendleton in Silent Hill, where fear and torment are inescapable." And that's it. The rest is just a bunch of legal information and stuff like that.
Already they're banking on brand recognition. 2 sentences isn't enough to get you to risk a $60 investment on something you have no experience with. So you're gonna go back over to the GameStop and wait in line for Battlefield of Halo's Future Warfare 5. Nobody's gonna buy it on its own merit.
The game's manual isn't much help either, containing nothing more than some technical information and a controller layout in 3 different languages. And this pitiful black and white 3 pages has a freaking table of contents. If you happen to be familiar with other games of the same publisher, you will know that they can do much better.
Yeah, this one is
with their
cool.
Manuals. Look at there's comics and there's all kinds of information. It's freaking awesome. It's like 100 pages. So no, 50 pages or something like that. Turns out you have to go online just to find out what kind of genre this game falls into. Turns out it's survival horror. Downpour is a survival horror game.
Oh, it is? Could have fooled me! There's nothing horror or survival about it, contrary to what many reviewers would like you to think. Not all of them are fooled, but most are. The one thing all the reviewers have reached a consensus on is that Downpour's story is very good and well told. We respectfully disagree. The way Downpour tells its story is convoluted, vague, and confusing. That's not a bad thing in itself. For example, the movie Prometheus came out last year, and it
have you seen that?
had a convoluted, vague, and confusing way of telling its story. That movie is part of our Essential Viewing Collection series because of the way it told its story. It had a single driving question and then placed clues here and there, challenging viewers to piece them together for the answer.
But Prometheus did have a definite answer, whereas Downpour looks like it's convoluted not as a way of challenging you to figure out what's happening, but as a way of purposefully avoiding having to give any kind of concrete answer as to what's happening. Every clue given has any number of possible explanations, and there's nothing to tell you that any one of those explanations is right.
Compounding the convolution, the game has 5 different endings, and every one of them has the possibility of not only changing the conclusion you reach, but changing the story itself. One ending even reverses the roles of the characters. Any conclusion you draw can be the right one, with the result that there are no conclusions and there is no story. Nobody's right, everybody wins, trophies for participation.
Indeed. I mean, kinda. Silent Hill 2 did the same thing. You had different endings, and many things were up to its own interpretation, or your own. But it's the way it told its story, the clues given, and how you can put those pieces together. That's the main difference. Whereas Downpour is just, yeah, here's a question mark, and here's another question mark. You can do whatever you want with them, but they're contradicting each other like crazy.
The story, as everyone understands it, and as the game developers describe it, begins with convict Murphy Pendleton's prison transfer gone awry as the bus crashes in the woods on the outskirts of the town of Silent Hill. Murphy must try to escape the town, but the town has other things in store for him. He'll have to fight hideous monstrosities across hellish planes of existence in the ultimate battle with his greatest foe, himself.
They should have written that on the back of the box.
The general idea with Downpour is that the town of Silent Hill forces people to face their guilt by trapping them and manifesting creatures of the night and nightmares of the day from the depths of their psyche. How it's able to do this and why, you'll never know. They'll only be able to get out of the town once their emotional baggage is sorted out.
This town, it knows me. It showed me things. It wants me to finish this. Don't you understand? It'll never let us go until we finish what we started.
The story as it unfolds while you're playing is maybe about Murphy Pendleton's quest for revenge against Patrick Napier, the man who raped and murdered his son. Murphy got himself arrested by stealing a cop car so he could end up in prison with Napier, where he could exact his revenge.
Isn't that a little bit far-fetched, though? How do you know you would end up in the same prison as the guy who murdered your son? How did you know there was going to be a scummy cop who's going to make you be able to do this? I guess you could possibly skip out on that last part and just wait for your golden opportunity. But Murphy was convicted for a DTA, right? He was driving on the highway for like 10 hours. He didn't murder anyone. He didn't rape anyone. He just drove down the highway. That's the only thing we know about why he is in prison in the first place. Whereas Napier allegedly raped and murdered his son. How are they in the same jail? Doesn't make any sense. Daniel, min kära vän. Hur mår du ikväll? Du får fan ta och släcka elden snart. Det brinner ju hela lägenheten.
You stole a police cruiser on a 10-hour chase down the eastern seaboard. What makes a guy with no priors and a clean sight do something that stupid?
How did Murphy know he would end up in the same cell block as Napier, let alone the same prison?
Yeah.
Child murder, rape, and Grand Theft Auto aren't in the same league.
Well, Murphy was counting on the assistance of a dirty cop, Officer George Sewell.
How did he know he was going to be there?
In exchange for a favor.
That's wishful thinking, that there might be a dirty cop that would arrange
Did he know him from before?
In exchange for the opportunity to murder Pat Napier, Sewell wants Murphy to murder off Officer Frank Coleridge, the primary witness in an investigation of Sewell's dirtiness.
Should have learned to keep your big fucking mouth shut, Frank. Now my friend Murphy's got to shut it for you.
Frank is severely mutilated during a prison riot that Sewell stages, and Murphy is convicted of the crime. The transfer to Silent Hill's Alcatraz Penitentiary has something to do with this conviction. After the bus crash, Officer Ann Cunningham, Frankie's apparent daughter, chases Murphy through the nightmare in order to see to it that Murphy fries for the vegetabilization of her apparent parent.
You heartless bastard. You don't deserve to live.
But whether or not Murphy attacked Frank depends on which of the 5 endings you get, along with whether or not Murphy killed Pat Napier, and whether or not Murphy Pendleton is even the main character.
But when Murphy talked to the nun, he said, "What I did to Napier didn't change anything." So there's an ending when you didn't do anything against Napier? That can't be true.
Best ending possible, Murphy could not go through with killing Napier, and it turns out the scene at the start of the game where he kills him was actually a dream.
The guy kills your boy. You go through all the trouble of getting yourself locked up with him, and what happens? I serve him to you like a fucking Christmas goose, and you can't even finish the job.
And then he couldn't kill Frankie Coles either.
You can't do this. I didn't. Whose prints do you think are on that ship?
So there is no reason for Murphy to feel guilty about anything. Throughout the game, Murphy is being tormented by the guilt of having murdered nobody.
But maybe he, like, I don't know. He attacked that guy, Napier, but he probably didn't kill him. He couldn't follow up with it. So I guess it does make sense what he does say to the nun later on, that what I did to him doesn't imply that he killed him. I don't know. It depends on how far you want to take your revenge. Like, does he actually need to die? Or do you only need to beat him up a bit and then it's all good? Because Charlie was still gone. He was stuck in prison, so...
What I did to Napier didn't solve anything.
Yeah.
Charlie was still gone, and I was stuck.
Exactly.
Everything spiraled out of control. It was my fault. I just want my life back.
Oh, so this cutscene plays no matter what ending you get?
Through the magic of Silent Hill, Anne learns that Murphy never hurt her father and releases him from custody, bypassing the United States criminal justice system and ignoring the charge of Grand Theft Auto, which was the reason he was sent to prison in the
That's
first
exactly
place.
what I said at the end of the game. It was like, okay, she's just gonna let this guy go who actually committed a crime?
I'm so sorry.
I forgive you.
I have this insatiable desire for justice, and I will not rest until I make you pay for every crime you committed, except for the only one you actually did commit.
Uh-huh. And then she says to the radio, oh, Murphy's dead. And they're like, okay. They don't give a shit about a body or the location or some kind of proof. This convict is dead. Ah, trust her. That's good. Let him walk out of here.
In the second best ending, Murphy also did not hurt Pat Knapp or Frank. According to the game's senior associate producer Tom Hewlett, this was a mistake, and Murphy was supposed to have killed Napier. Nonetheless, it wraps up in much the same way as the other, except that this time Anne goes to take revenge on Officer Sulu.
We need to talk.
In another ending, Murphy kills Nappy, kills Frank, kills Frank's daughter, kills himself, and then Groundhog's Days back to the beginning of a prison nightmare sequence to try again.
Wait, stop! This is all wrong, please!
In the second worst ending, Murphy is magically back in custody and being executed for murdering his own son.
Assembled here to witness the state's execution of Murphy Pendleton, sentenced for the murder of his 7-year-old son.
But in the game he said, I sure as hell never hurt any children. Did he lie to us?
Murphy never needed to seek revenge on Pat Napier, and yet in this ending he is still guilty for the death of Frank Coleridge.
More recently, Pendleton was tried and convicted for the murder of decorated officer Frank Coleridge during a Ryall State prison riot, which expedited Pendleton's execution sentence amidst public furor.
I like his voice acting.
Why would Murphy make a deal to kill Coleridge in exchange for the opportunity to murder somebody who didn't kill his son and may not even exist?
Yeah. If he killed his own son, well, then why the fuck is he in prison with the...
What I did to Napier didn't solve anything.
And in the very worst ending, the whole game is revealed to have been the dream of Annie Cunningham, in prison for who knows what, and that she was dreaming about Officer Murphy Pendleton.
This leaves everyone wondering whether she was dreaming about chasing Murphy or if she was dreaming about being Murphy, whether or not Anne was really the one who killed her father, if Frank even was her father, if she's the one whose son was murdered, if she's the one who murdered her son, if she's the one who murdered someone else's son, if she's the one who raped her own or someone else's son, if she's the one who stole a cop car in order to be sent to prison, and a million other legitimate possibilities. In the end, the moral of the story is that Murphy needs to just get on with his life. Murphy, escape from Silent Hill and just get on with your life. People are dead. Get over it.
Yeah, I forgive you.
Find yourself until you face the truth.
Unless your real identity is Anne Cunningham, in which case Anne should just stop dreaming about Murphy and just get on with making license plates. Unless Murphy died in a bus crash, in which case he just get on with his death. Actually, we wrote that as a joke, but then we thought about it, and it turns out it's just one of the many possible conclusions that can legitimately be drawn.
For all we know, Murphy could have been dead and running around in purgatory. Or it all could have been real, right up to the point he gets shot. And
he
then
dies like
he's in
5
purgatory.
times in the game.
Or it's real up to the second time he gets shot.
Yeah.
Or up to the time he shoots himself. Or maybe he was knocked out after the crash and dreamed the whole thing.
See, this is what I'm talking about. There are too many branches. Too many. And they're so loose.
Or maybe it's all real, and the town just won't let you die. And that's the problem. It's a friggin' mess. What is this game trying to tell me? How is any of this happening, and why?
You're given notes throughout the game called mysteries that I guess are supposed to fill in the gaps and minor details, but those only make things worse. There are a bunch that have to do with children at an orphanage, but all their names are crossed out. Murphy talks about being in an orphanage once, but these memos are about children that had a personality disorder, electroshock therapy, and lobotomy. Did Murphy have the disorder? Was he given those treatments? There are 2 kids running around the orphanage, a boy and a girl. Is this a clue? Are they saying that Murphy's kid was in the orphanage? Is the girl Anne, was she also in the orphanage? There's a side quest about a kid with autism that drowned, just like Murphy's kid that drowned. Are they saying that Charlie Pendleton was autistic? Did they give him those treatments? The autistic girl's mother didn't want her anymore. Is that how Murphy felt about Charlie? Is that why he put Charlie into an orphanage? Or is it just all coincidental and none of it has anything to do with Murphy? If so, why include it? Do they want us to solve the puzzle, or is there no puzzle to be solved? If not, why are they called mysteries? And why should I even care?
It's like they give you puzzle pieces that don't fit to the same puzzle at all. Have fun constructing these whatever like patterns you're making, but you can never finish it.
Reminds me of my own boy.
Are they playing interlace?
Within 10 minutes of play, the fact that Murphy needs to face his guilt is made obvious.
You can't undo anything you've already done, but you can face up to it.
So the only thing keeping you going is learning what he feels guilty about and if he gets over it. But we don't care about Murphy, so why should we care about his conflict? The protagonist is supposed to be a sympathetic character that we can all connect with, but Murphy Pendleton is a remorseless murderer who got himself thrown in jail just so that he could murder someone and get revenge.
You see, that was my feeling as well towards Murphy as we were playing the first hour. It's like, why do I care about this guy? Why do I want to help him? Did he actually do these kinds of things? Or is he wrongly convicted? Or what is going on here? But I don't feel anything for him. Unlike you do with the protagonists of the first 4 games. But hey, I guess it's kind of cool that you can possibly play as the antagonist, depending on your ending. I don't know.
He feels worse about a guy that he didn't hurt, and that's only in the best of endings. In the worst of them, he killed everyone, even his own son, and now he feels so much guilt and remorse, he's mocking people from the execution table.
And I sure as hell never hurt any kids.
Yeah?
I wouldn't be able to live with myself.
You see, they're trying to build Murphy's personality for us as the players. Like, who is this guy? They did a good job with some of the details, like, oh, we walked past a car, and he talked about some details, like, oh, that's a V8, and blah, 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 technical terms about cars that I don't know. I was like, okay, he's a car guy. That's cool. They built upon this, but when you have so many branches of different endings and possibilities, and one of them, he's like, cold-blooded killer, doesn't give a shit about anything, and he's mocking people, and another one, he's like, he's so guilty, and it's like, oh, I didn't do anything. It's like, who is this guy?
I'll see you in hell. Cupcake.
It's not the same character. I dropped your phone. That song played during intermission. What was it, Crims? That was Room of Angel from Silent Hill 4.
The endings are partially decided by these pathetic moral decision scenes where you think you have the choice between saving someone's life and letting them die. But there is no real decision, they're following either way. And Murphy's such a shallow character that it ends up being a choice between Murphy not caring at all or Murphy showing the slight glimmer of a passing interest.
Can't believe he jumped.
Why are they playing interlaced?
J.K. Rowling, the guy Murphy is refusing to save here, actually does feel remorse for unintentionally stealing a busload of orphans and crashing it into Silent Hill.
What happened? That was an accident. I didn't mean to hurt nobody.
Yeah, I kind of like this character.
I didn't murder nobody.
He'd be a way more sympathetic character than Murphy if we didn't think he was a pansy so much.
That's not what happened. Next, you'll be telling me Eddie shot a football coach.
I do believe you helped me address that issue on part 13.
The point is, he molested those orphans, and he feels bad about it. So we feel bad for him. No, we don't.
No.
But,
I'm sure we're supposed to feel bad for Anne Cunningham, but she's a dick.
You're gonna get yourself killed.
Shut up. Keep your goddamn hands where I can see them. On your fucking knees.
Yeah, I felt overall, most of the characters in this game were so aggressive. Like the Shady Cop and her and some of the other ones, they were like so aggressive overall.
Well, let's see how funny it is with a fucking bullet in your head. Shut the hell up. Fuck off.
She's a dick the whole time and just won't tell Murphy why she's being such a dick until the end where she's like, now I'm gonna finally tell you why I've been such a dick this whole time. And Murphy's like, that wasn't me, I didn't do that. And she's like, oh, sorry. Hugs.
And then, all these characters start adding to the confusion, and we hate them even more. J.G. Wentworth couldn't be more obvious with his dialogue.
When we're the ones who decide if we can live with what we've done.
But certain lines of dialogue Howard Blackman, DJ Jazzy Jeff, and that old nun lady speak seem to be written to dodge the question. What is the question?
Howard Black Guy acts as Murphy's
I mean,
spiritual
not
guide.
necessarily angry in their voice, but like the nun said, oh, I guess it runs in the family. You know, murdering your family members. Or just a murder overall. And she's like, yeah, I guess it runs in the family. It's like, okay, dude.
Throughout the game, telling Murphy his next tour destination and being rather unspecific about to whom he's delivering the mail.
I suppose if you're really desperate, you could try the old Skytram. Well, this mail ain't gonna deliver itself.
Kind of like...
Other people here are not, Howard.
Can't say I understand the question. This is a busy town. Do you think these letters deliver themselves?
Are you talking about residents or other people who are trapped like Murphy?
If I had a nickel for every time I heard that.
Yeah? Then what?
Well, let's just say I could finally put this damn bag down for starters.
Why don't you put the mail in the boxes like you're supposed to? Stop walking away without answering my questions.
The nun is there to not answer questions and play host to the most confusing cutscene in the game.
She brings in religion to the whole soup.
Now, if you'll just sign for your son's body, you can take him home.
No! This isn't my son! This thing's a monster, a murderer!
Yes, well, I suppose that runs in the family.
What the fuck? Why would she say that?
What the hell are you talking about?
Don't you know, child? Have you wandered so far off the path to not even realize who you are?
What the hell are you talking about?
They were trying to illustrate that the bogeyman could be a manifestation of either the monster Murphy's become or the monster he saw Napier as, but for whatever reason, this crazy nun introduces the body of the bogeyman as Murphy's son, who died peacefully.
He died peacefully and is finally at rest.
And that Murphy is the only family they could locate.
You were the only family we were able to locate.
I like her voice acting. Oh shit, we have an ad break. Like, right now. Let's see. Is it time? It's been 1 hour. Nah, I guess it's fine. We can continue. I hope.
What if it's nothing more than a way for them to get Murphy into the room with the boogeyman?
No, because you could think of a better way than that. He knew his son was dead already, and he knew his son didn't die peacefully.
Well, they're trying to say he's the creator of this monster. He's the father of his own rage.
Yeah, who died peacefully. We need you to come and collect the possessions of your son, the Rage Monster, who died peacefully. There isn't a single character in the game that died peacefully, and it can't be the spirit of his rage because his rage isn't dead yet. Not until after the boss battle that ensues immediately after that cutscene.
Oh, this one sucked.
But is it his son or not? Murphy was supposed to have been in an orphanage, so are they saying that he's playing out the fantasy of his father coming to get his body at the orphanage where he had the lobotomy? Assuming the mystery of the lobotomized child has something to do with this, because we still don't know what they're trying to say with that message.
No, that can't be. I mean...
Bless you, child. I understand this must be very confusing for you.
DJ Ricky Bobby doesn't confuse the story so much as he does the mechanics of the situation Murphy is in.
Chill out, man. If you don't keep your voice down, you're gonna get us both in trouble. And you do not want that.
He disappeared completely. Made me sad.
Listening. You understand? This place, it does strange shit to reality, man. It's like there's rules you gotta follow. You know what I mean? Bobby Riggs.
So is there someone in charge of this twisted purgatory reality that's in control of the monsters and non-reality shifts? What are you trying to tell me, game?
They're coming.
Doesn't matter.
Who? Doesn't matter.
Oh, I see what you're trying to tell me. You're trying to tell me that whatever I think Silent Hill is right. That's what you're trying to tell me. Unless someone else joins the conversation, in which case they are also right. That's definitely non-committal.
The only thing we can learn from this cutscene is that there are other people in Murphy's situation and that some of them are unlucky enough to have to spin records for eternity.
I can't even tell you how long it's been just spinning record after record after record.
Is the town holding him at gunpoint? It's like, yeah, your purgatory is being here spinning records. Have fun. You gotta follow the rules, though.
For his character, and after the cutscene, you never see him again. Was he trying to work out some kind of guilt of his own, or did the town just need a DJ? Or did he even exist at all? And now we're just going in circles asking the same questions over and over for which this game will give no answer.
That's the whole point. It's multifaceted, subjective experience where no interpretation negates another, designed to inspire conversation and introspection.
If we were talking about a work of art, that might be true, but it's the exact opposite. It's a cryptic, speculatory nightmare where every interpretation negates every other, designed to inspire arguments and confusion. But the story is only half the story. The actual game is the method of telling it, so if the story doesn't hold up, the only thing that can save it is the execution of the game itself.
Hell yeah.
This mess of a story is primarily told through the cutscenes, which I thought looked pretty detailed at first.
They look like crap.
I wasn't finished.
I mean, I'd say some, or if not most of the cutscenes are definitely okay. They're not bad. But what makes them bad, what makes them annoying to look at, is the fucking frame rate. When most of these cutscenes are running at 15 FPS, I lose my sense of immersion. It doesn't look like a game anymore, it's a fucking slideshow. I don't enjoy looking at it.
That was before I realized I was talking about their preview images and not the finished product. Konami's official promotional
what?
Material download page has a ton of preview images, some that are flat out lies.
Are they telling me the cutscenes were supposed to look like this? 1080p, stable 30 FPS? My ass crack, dude. It does not.
Guys, their apparent pre-rendering of cutscenes tricked us into thinking that the development team was more skilled than it turned out they were.
This is false advertising. Game companies are no strangers to this practice. I'm sure we all remember the unbelievable Killzone 2 preview running on PS3 hardware. But we expect better from Konami. Actually, we don't expect better from Konami because they're a bunch of liars.
Everyone is a damn liar. I don't know who to trust anymore. They all lie and cheat to get your money, and then the game comes out and you're like, what? You said it was gonna look better. This doesn't look better.
10 years later. It's still happening.
You can trust me, especially when I say the graphics look like crap.
I thought you were supposed to be the guy that says all the contradictory stuff.
I'm not gonna lie like you two.
The character models have the most limited animation we've seen since the Dreamcast days. The motion capture is fine, but the faces have very few points of articulation.
I work in the harbor. My job is to operate a forklift. I'm a hard-working man. I'm a pro. I work efficiently and fast, and that's why I make lots of money.
Yo, Ace back.
That's when they choose to give the characters emotion at all. 90% of the time, they're straight-faced and emotionless. They're relying heavily on voice acting to give the characters the emotion they cannot convey graphically.
Why did you hurt him?
Charlie! Charlie!
Whether or not they're able to convey those emotions is a matter of opinion. We think the Nun Lady is the best actor in the game.
There were those who dwelt in darkness and in the shadow of death, prisoners in misery and chains, because they had rebelled against the word of God.
And that little kid is the worst.
Sister said we're not supposed to talk to strangers.
It's Walter 0.5.
Oh. It's just you.
Murphy isn't too great either.
Can you at least tell me where the radio
I
station
kind of liked
is?
Murphy's voice acting a little bit.
Someone's been calling in, making these dedications to me.
Why do people think he's so badass? He just mumbles to everyone and states the obvious to himself the entire time.
Something is very wrong here. This must be the ticket machine. Take a piece later. That's the guy I met outside. Looks like the candle to reveal hidden symbols.
As for the poly count, who the hell
Only in
cares?
the cutscenes.
It's artistry that counts. What about the artistry count?
The game's color palette itself is one big cheat. A few years ago, someone figured out that the colors blue and orange complement each other so nicely. It's all blue and orange, they go together. Oh my god.
So sure enough, it stands to reason that
Have you seen Joker?
A pleasing color palette could be composed of nothing more than skin tones and teal. And in fact, you will notice that almost every movie you see has exactly this color palette. So that's the dirty little secret of almost every movie you're going to see in the theater, and according to various theories about complementary and pleasing relationships between colors.
Is it lazy or is it just what they're taught in school?
I don't know. But most of the screenshots you take of Downpour contain about 4 colors. Gray-blue, gray, black, and this peachy light orange color.
Sometimes sections of the game will be tinged kind of green, but only because the gray-blue is overlapping on the peachy orange. In the game's on-and-off sequences, the color palette is mostly the same, but with lots of red and the occasional green spotlight.
Yeah, they used
Merry Christmas, everyone!
the red and green color.
Gray blue, peachy orange, gray blue, peachy orange, gray blue, peachy orange, gray blue, peachy orange, red and green. Purple.
Damn, who made this?
Well, now, Larry, that would be your husband, of course.
Yeah.
Hi there, Larry.
James?
Wrong day again.
See you tomorrow, James.
Wow.
There are so many recycled textures. Every other texture
Yeah,
is a
I
texture
saw that
I saw
everywhere.
2 seconds ago in a different room, or even a different place in the same room. The repeating textures are almost as bad as the repeating props. The image of a desk with calendar, tray, and 2 pens is burned into my vision like a bad LCD screen. I have seen countless pegboards covered in the same letters and pictures, entire kitchen layouts, beach balls, building interiors, old televisions, old broken television sets, rocking chairs, building exteriors, matching sofa and love seat.
Every game does. Look at Half-Life 2. Same props and textures everywhere.
Half-Life 2 was made in 2004. That's 8 years ago. You want to know what else was made a whole year before that on the PlayStation friggin' 2? Silent Hill 3. You want to know what kept the prop reuse to a bare minimum? Silent Hill 3. And every room had something new to look at.
You said you weren't going to compare it to the other games, you hypocrite.
You're right. That's not fair for me to do. It's not fair at all. You'd think the repeating textures would allow the console to keep them in memory for scene changes and loading, but every single time this game loads a new area or cutscene, the game loads the low-res textures first, giving the game what we can only describe as a kiln-fired look. Then it fades back to normal to ease you in.
That's not their fault. That's the Unreal Engine.
Well, maybe if they made their own engine like Team Silent did. Oh, I'm so stupid. I'm stupid. I'm so stupid.
You'd also think repeating the same preloaded textures would help with the stuttering. You know about the stuttering, don't you?
Everybody knows about
It's not even stuttering at this point.
Patch the stuttering.
They also said they were going to patch the HD collection too.
Are you calling them liars? Hypocrite!
I would never call Konami a bunch of liars who'd never do what they said they were going to do and then tell you that they did. Ever. Watch out for that save icon. It's a harbinger of frustration.
God damn, it froze for like 2 seconds.
Like one of those weird paintings.
Look at this. And add interlacing on top of that. Oh, and I was playing off the HDD. What if you're playing off the disc? Is that?
Tom Hewlett mentioned on some forum that most of the time it's supposed to be a loading icon, but they never changed it. I don't know why that matters. I'm just kind of saying it.
I think he was trying to say that the game stutters because it's loading.
I know.
It stutters even
But
without
it loads
loading.
so much. It never stops loading. It's best to avoid turning the camera as much as possible because it'll jump and do its stutter and you'll end up getting disoriented and lost because it's pretending to load.
At one point in the game, I was fighting some dude, right? And in the middle of fighting, it cut to a 2-minute black loading screen, interrupting my actions, so that by the time it finished loading, I'd forgotten what I was doing and was getting beaten mercilessly.
Oh.
I had an issue where the stuttering was happening at regular intervals no matter what was going on in the game, even during cutscenes. I thought it was the PS3's hard drive going bad. I almost spent money replacing it. But it's a good thing I didn't because I got a new copy of the game and that fixed it. So apparently there are physical copies of the game out there that are unplayable.
And then there's the freezing.
Oh, wait, let me see that again.
Out there that are unplayable.
And then there's the freezing.
Oh, that's even worse than what I had.
I guess that's why there are checkpoints. You won't lose any progress. The worst frame rate drops are in the one place that shouldn't have them. The menu? Flat images on a flat background? Are you kidding me? It should not take this long to
It was more
do
laggy during the
things,
blood
man.
shower.
This game will test your patience, not only in the aggravating aspects, but also in length.
I can vouch for that. I just finished this game. Fuck me, did it piss me off.
Downpour takes a long time for nothing to happen. It takes 20 minutes to get to the point where the game actually starts, and that 20 minutes is mostly comprised of regular cutscenes and forced interactive cutscenes that force you to walk through them.
Come on, Murphy, stop screwing around. I don't have all day.
All of the cutscenes are unskippable even after you beat the game.
Oh, I'll never
and most
replay
of the
this
time,
game.
Nothing even happens during the cutscenes. Just
This is
people
another
talking
reason.
to each other and looking at each other funny. It's frustrating if you already know what's going on and you just want to play the game.
Designed to frustrate.
There's only one save game allowed, and you have no control over where it saves. Downpour works on a checkpoint system where you can only load the last 5 checkpoints.
Why?
And starting a new game overwrites any checkpoint saves you may already have. So, if you want to see a certain part of the game again, you'll have to play through the whole game up to that point and sit through all of these long, uneventful, unskippable cutscenes.
Oh, Lord. So in a game with multiple endings and multiple choices, you can't even make a save file for it. They're forcing you to replay the entire game. Unless, like on the PlayStation 3, maybe on Xbox 360 as well, maybe you could put your saves on a external hard drive, and then make your choice, play through that till the ending, and then import your saves from the hard drive, and then go from there. That should work.
Pendleton. Get on the bus.
The pacing of the story is very poor. There's a smidgen of important story at the beginning, and then hours and hours and hours and hours of gameplay and cutscenes in between where the narrative kind of just meanders around, not telling you much you didn't already know, and then the rest hits you full in the face in the last 20 minutes.
The gameplay is as eventful and slow as the cutscenes. Wandering around an abandoned town isn't the rip-roaring good time you'd think it would be. The developers say there's a large focus on exploration, but it isn't rewarding when there's nothing to discover while you're exploring. You'll spend hours limping your way through empty streets lined with empty buildings filled with empty corridors, leading to empty rooms. The only things to discover are the occasional enemy, of which there aren't many, a few ghostly hauntings.
Like 3 enemies in the game.
But the last 2 are a discussion for another time.
The game picks up during sequences where reality dissolves before your eyes, leaving Murphy in a twisted nightmare world of illusion that doesn't really resemble the rest of the game, looking more like it was ripped straight from American McGee's Alice. But these sequences aren't nearly long enough, and there aren't enough to satisfy. In these crazy reality-shifted areas, players switch between solving puzzles, minor platforming, and being chased by a rip in space-time that makes no sense. What this thing is and why it exists are unexplained, but you don't need to worry about that. Your job is just to run away from it until it either stops chasing you or you escape. These chase sequences seem to be ripped straight from Shattered Memories, right down to the ability to knock things over.
No. You're supposed to be judging this game on its own merit.
You're right, sorry. They didn't exist. They didn't exist. They didn't exist. These chase sequences are easier than they should be. There are things in cages you can knock over that are supposed to slow the rip down somehow, but it's just as easy to get away from it if you don't knock them over.
I never did it.
And if you stop to turn a crank, the rip is polite enough to wait for you.
No.
The level appears maze-like and confusing at first, but pretty much just keep running until you hit the water slide.
And then you'll hit a water slide. Wait.
For 664.6 meters in total.
And that's about it. Just repeat all that for hours and hours. During those hours, you start to see the parts that make up the sum of Downpour, which is not more than them. It's all these little individual parts that niggle away at your sanity and make you start to despise the creative team responsible. Things like QTE. Nobody likes QTE, you jerk!
Why?
Nobody!
Why is it here?
QTE sucks. You think you're keeping me in the game and immersed and more in tune with the action and reality? All you're doing is interrupting my game. I had a nice flow going here until you stopped the game dead and maybe mashed on the button for 10 seconds. This goes for every game, not just this one. There are plenty of games that do QTE correctly, and those games save the QTE for cinematic moments. This is not one of those games. Balance moments are just as bad. They don't fit this gameplay. You associate balance moments in games that have a heavy emphasis on acrobatics like Assassin's Creed or Uncharted. This game's emphasis is on story, exploration, and puzzle solving, not feats of agility.
Like most of this game, The controls are deceptively nice at first. If you play the game for 10 minutes, you may feel like they were fluid and responsive, but like everything else, they seem only to get
the
worse as
running
time
and
goes
jogging
on.
sucks.
This controller mapping doesn't make sense in my brain or yours.
Get used to it or don't play. Isn't that what you said in the Homecoming video?
It's not an issue of getting used to it or not. You can get used to controls that don't make sense, but that doesn't change that they don't make sense. Hold R1 to run. R1 to run. In any other game, the shoulder buttons are trigger buttons. You know how to run in other games? You push the stick all the way. The way they've got it set up here, you hold the R1 button and never let go. Carpal tunnel all the way. Like Assassin's Creed, it's the same thing there. Hold R1 and just never let go. The thing about this game and that is that there's rarely a time when you don't want the character to be running. We should not be forced to hold down a button to make the character do something we want them to be doing most of the time, regardless of what game we're playing.
At least
R1 is also
give
the
us a
button used
fucking option. A toggle, change the button layout. It's not that hard.
Block in Assassin's Creed, and in Prince of Persia, and God of War, and like a buttload of other games. So the habit of using it that way carried over to Downpour. We found ourselves hitting R1 to block attacks when we should have been using the frickin' triangle button. This to block, and then we got hit in the face.
Multiplying the carpal tunnel effect by a factor of 8 million, Murphy sometimes decides he doesn't feel like running. Or he'll decide that he's running just fast enough, thank you very much. But you know that Murphy can run faster than that. You've seen him do it before. So your hand starts to hurt because of the death grip you've unconsciously developed on the controller, trying to get him to go as fast as I know you can go, Murphy. It's not like you do it on purpose, it's just how your brain works. Murphy's not running? Push the button. Murphy's still not running? Push the button harder.
There are whole rooms that force you to
Did
walk
that.
for no reason. It's not like they're using it usefully to heighten tension, at least not on purpose. I'm sure we're supposed to be thinking, oh man, what's Murphy walking for? Something bad's about to happen.
No, it's just to mask the loading
But
screens.
nothing
It's
bad
so
happens,
obvious.
And the only tension they created is in your right index finger. It's especially bad when he decides not to run during one of the chase sequences. In other games, it's stop, walk, run, and in some cases sprint when stamina is high. In this case, it's stop, limp, walk, limp, jog, jog, limp, run, run, sprint, and you never know which one it's gonna be.
Moving is frustrating enough on its own.
Just moving.
But when the camera starts jumping all over, he won't even not run in the direction you want him to. Developers talked about the fixed camera angles like they were a good thing.
At key moments, we employ fixed cameras for dramatic effect to set up a scare or to basically enhance my atmosphere.
Or to frustrate the player, not any of the reasons you just said, because none of those things is the truth. Never does a fixed camera angle enhance the drama or set up a scare, and it most certainly doesn't enhance the atmosphere.
All the fixed...
I mean, I have to say, and I said it during the gameplay as well, that I like the implementation of the fixed camera angles, but it was so frustrating because it's using the 2D controls. And it's instant. Like, they changed to the fixed camera angle in an instant. And it just makes you so disoriented. Where do I even hold the stick? I was holding it forward because the camera was behind Murphy. So I want to go forward. And then the camera changes like this. And all of a sudden, forward means going back out the door. And it just goes back and forth. It's super annoying, dude. That's why tank controls work perfectly for it. But in this game, it wouldn't have worked. So I don't know how they should have done it. Make it ease into it somehow. Make the door area. I don't know how you could fix it, but wow, was it frustrating. But I still appreciate the fixed camera angles because I have a soft spot for it, apparently.
camera angles do is jerk you out of the game
But
while
this
you try to
happened
figure
too.
out the new direction you need to push the stick in to get Murphy to keep going forward. You need to stop dead before you can reorient and continue.
Isn't there a camera reset button? Actually, I know there is. It's R2 or something.
No, R3 resets the camera. R2 is for accidentally throwing your weapon into a ditch.
Oh yeah.
This happens whenever you give it a slight nudge with your finger or put the controller down for any reason. If they absolutely had to do it this way, they could have taken advantage of the analog trick.
Wait, so R1 is run, which you kind of want to do all the time, because it's not like Murphy's getting progressively tired, right? I didn't notice. Don't think he did. But it's right next to R2 where you throw your weapon, and you can only hold like 2. What's the
triggers and made it so you have to push them down at least halfway instead of having the slightest tap cause them to chuck that fire axe you were holding out for into an area you can't get to.
Where'd she go? My God.
Unless you're holding a gun, and then it's the blind fire button, which would be awful if you didn't automatically aim and fire at the closest enemy.
And the auto fire was perfect. It was so broken.
And that renders the L2 button useless. L2 is the button used to aim the gun or lock on enemies, but all the combat controls function fine without it.
In many cases, you'll use L2 to manually aim at a monster that's too close, resulting in wasting ammunition, despite the targeting reticule turning red. You'll miss all the time with manual aim, but he hits his target every time when you don't use it.
Uh-huh. That was so broken. Even with the shotgun. One-handed shotgun. He just
Manual
pinpoints.
aim and lock-on is a waste of your time and a waste of what could have been a very useful game mechanic, if only because it would keep you from accidentally blasting rounds off when there aren't any enemies around.
L1 is also a waste of a button because it's used to look behind, but you never need to look behind. If you need to look behind, you turn the camera and look behind. L1 is really just the button they mapped as a reminder to check out the rip in space-time they spent so much effort making.
Oh, it's the voice.
Using L1 just confuses the controls, because the whole thing is based on him running in the direction you push, except when you're looking back. So you don't want to push it because you're afraid of what he might do. But you don't need to look back anyway because you already know what's back there. The void! And nothing else! Waste of two perfectly good buttons.
The circle button is also for chucking your weapon across the room, but not as far as R2. Since Murphy can't just drop weapons in place, you'll quickly learn to stop and face a safe direction before performing these actions so you don't lose your weapon again.
Oh.
But if you try to pick up a firearm
that
while a
happened
melee
in the
weapon is
exact
still
same area.
Murphy will drop the weapon instead of holstering it first, forcing you to pick it back up, providing he didn't throw it where you can't reach anymore. Just picking up a new weapon becomes a test of patience and concentration to keep it from turning into a crazy juggling routine.
And don't accidentally drop your weapon in a moving elevator.
Oh ho. Wow.
If you hold the circle button down for a bit, Murphy will pull his flashlight out and hold it in his hand, which is another
that happened
useless
once,
waste
and I
of a
never did it
gameplay
again.
mechanic because he doesn't aim it any differently than when it's on his hip. What is the point of this?
To switch weapons, to keep picking a new one up from becoming a fiasco, you use the left D-pad, which creates its own fiasco because then you think, oh well, left is switch weapon, so right must be to switch back. And then you accidentally use a health item.
Oh
for
yeah, that happened like 5 times. I was like, left, I want to change my weapon, and then I pressed right and I healed myself. And you can't map it. You can't unequip it either.
Time, because health items are mapped to the right D-pad, if that makes any sense.
Down on the D-pad pulls out the lighter, which is, guess what? Another useless waste of
Yeah,
a button.
barely
You're not
used
going to
it.
use the lighter if you don't have a
Because
flashlight.
it just
so why not
fucks
have
up the
flashlight
FOV.
button pull out the lighter if you don't have a flashlight? Then I guess that would free up the D-pad for, I guess you just wouldn't use it. If you hit the flashlight button while you don't have a flashlight, he pulls out the lighter anyway. So, yeah, it's friggin' stupid.
So there are really only 4 button mappings that make any sense.
Yeah, that's true. Whenever you don't have the flashlight, the circle button brings up the lighter anyway. So why would you want to go to it? And there's even in the statistics menu, there's like, oh, flashlight duration on your playthrough and lighter durations. Okay. I really don't get it. They could just freed up that button and made it so you can switch back and forward with left and right D-pad. Would have made so much more sense. But no, right D-pad heals you no matter what you want.
3 of those function the way they're supposed to. Action button, attack button, flashlight button.
And you can't change any of it because there's no controller remapping options. Not even a control style A and B, nothing. You're stuck with it. Screw you and your carpal tunnel infected hands.
You don't have a huge arsenal of weapons, and you're not gonna feel like Superman. You're not gonna want to fight every creature you see. But then when you are,
I didn't want to fight any creature.
The character does what you want him to do when you want him to do it.
Slight correction, you're not going to want to fight any creature that you see. The combat is such a problem and the enemy attacks so cheap that, as the developers state over and over, it's best just to run. Get from point A to point B as fast as you can and ignore the monsters.
And that's
you
what
can
I
fight
did.
them if you want, but you probably shouldn't do that because Murphy sucks at fighting.
Murphy's large weapon attacks are floaty, haphazard, and slow, while the enemies attack with brutal speed and precision. Feels like fighting tournament level frame counters. As soon as Murphy pulls back to swing, they can interrupt mid-attack. Counter to general logic, you'll want to use the smallest weapon you can get your hands on, if only so that you can keep up with them in a fight.
But you'll only be able to get a couple of attacks in before they start blocking, and then you better start blocking immediately.
Yeah, you need to block like 4 attacks in a row.
Counterattacks. If you keep mashing the attack button, as most people will, you will be punished for it. In any other game, you'd be looking for openings to throw an attack of your own, but in this, it's pretty much impossible to predict how Murphy or the enemy will behave from moment to moment.
The difficulty level doesn't seem to affect
The worst part is the fucking camera.
Enemies attack with the same ferocity and speed, no matter what the difficulty. Only hit points are changed. Not even the game's primary gimmick seems to have any effect. If you believe what the loading screen says, the creatures are drawn out by heavy storms, which also makes them more aggressive. Seek shelter immediately.
Never noticed.
Except that isn't true.
Yeah, it didn't do anything.
You'll notice no difference in enemy frequency or behavior when the rain picks up. Just keep fighting like normal.
You know, in an action game, you know how important consistent frame rate is? Because you, as the player, when you click a button, you want that instant response to make you feel like, okay, what I wanted to do worked. But when the game freezes for like a full second mid-combat, and there's like a text icon and everything, oh.
A simple formula. 2 attacks block, 2 attacks block, 2 attacks block, 2 attacks block, until they're dead. If that were all of it, it would be frustrating enough. But every last enemy has its own cheapo piece of crap special behavior designed specifically to piss you off.
Designed to piss you off.
For example, the alien resurrection hybrid baby runs around on the ceiling for 6 hours when all he wanted to do was get down here and get it over with.
I never fought him, just ran away. There's no point.
When it finally does decide to join you in the fight you're trying to have with it, it ground pounds you, knocking you down. But before you can react, it's back up on the freaking ceiling again, avoiding its responsibilities.
He just backed away for me. Yeah, just like that. Just backed away and then it was done.
It always seems that it's up there taking its sweet time when you want to fight it, but if you try to ignore it and run past, you can't get the damn thing off of you.
Screamers will scream. Unsurprising. Isn't that
They're called screamers?
Because it screams, you get it? You know? When they do their namesake, you're forced into a QTE recovery. And during that time, you're totally vulnerable to all incoming attacks. By the time you break out of it, one of them can have jumped onto your back and you'll have to QTE shake it off. These attacks are totally unblockable and unavoidable. Sometimes you won't even know where the scream is coming from because there's nothing around.
There's a male version of the screamers that will box your ears with the same effect. And then he'll kick you to the curb and you have to wait to get back up again.
I love the sound effect when you get kicked.
The giant prison rapists will also do this with charges in their own kicks. These are blockable, but they're guard break moves that will leave you open for other enemies to hit you, and you'll rarely be fighting just one of them at a time.
There's no way to dodge or sidestep attacks, so you'll have to count on every enemy attack landing, try to block them all, hope they don't break your guard, and hope your weapon can take the punishment. As you're probably aware, the weapons all deteriorate, and every attack or block has the potential to shatter it into a million pieces.
That's fine when it's like a wooden weapon or piece of chair. But when it's a fucking, I don't know, wrench, like full-on steel, metal, whatever wrench, and it breaks in, what was it, like 8 hits on a normal screamer body? It's like, okay, are we playing Breath of the Wild now? Or the crowbar, for that matter.
So one of the things we wanted to do with Downpour was sort of err on the side of realism with our weapons. So, you know, everyday objects from, you know, a shovel to a bottle to a, you know, a kitchen knife or just a pickaxe or anything is just a weapon in this game. It could be a piece of a fence post that you can pick up and use as a weapon. And all of our weapons are completely breakable. So they may not last after a few hits and you'll have to find something else to use as a weapon.
Deteriorating weapons in any game is balls. I don't care what the game is. Usually in such a game, there are ways to repair weapons, and this would feature heavily in the gameplay and strategy. In Downpour, there is no way to repair anything. All weapons break no matter what.
But that would be a perfect opportunity for them to make the side quests actually give you something good. What if you got a weapon that lasted much longer? Or what if you got some kind of repair kit? Or just something that neglects that problem? And now I haven't done the side quests myself, so can't say for sure if it's there or not, but that's a good idea, I have to say.
And this includes items that could never break under any human power in any circumstance.
We can understand things like lamps and bottles. We can even understand golf clubs, bricks, or even a bit of the old sedimentary, if you know what I mean. But never in a billion years could a human person swing a crowbar so hard that it shatters. Have you ever lifted one of these?
But does it shatter in the game?
20 pounds of solid steel.
Yeah, it bends.
One of the reasons why we did that is it kind of gives the feeling of less empowerment to the player, which obviously makes it a little more scary. You know, if you don't have this arsenal of weaponry that you're walking around with, you're going to feel more scared and not have this sense of empowerment when you're walking around.
You know, I kind of see where they're going with this, and I also do agree on some bits. Like in Silent Hill 2, if you know what you're doing, even if you're playing on hard mode, you can be halfway through the game and have like 60 shotgun shells because you're only relying on your melee weapons and you're stocking up on ammo, and then you're never afraid of anything because you can just outrange. I can see that, you know? I can definitely agree with that vision or whatever gameplay mechanic. I don't know. They made it a little bit frustrating. Too much.
Resident Evil or Dead Space, where you've got all these really cool weapons and you're like feeling really powerful. You're going to be left to your own devices to sort of find everyday objects as weapons in this game.
What Mr. Shatsky is forgetting is that in games like Resident Evil and Dead Space, you do indeed have quite an arsenal of weapons, but you're constantly worried about where your next 3 bullets are going to come from.
Yeah, like in Evil Within. I had, what was it, 6 weapons? But many times I found myself without any resources at all. So as soon as you find something, you're kind of forced. That's the brilliant part. Like you find some bolts. Okay, now I'm forced to use the crossbow bolt. I can't just stick to the gun throughout the entire game that I've fully upgraded. Now I'm forced to use this instead. Because you can very easily just stick to one weapon. And that's good. That's what Evil Within did really, really well.
If you recall, that's how survival horror used to work.
It's so aggressive, Aceback. I don't want to be here anymore. I'm gonna take a very, very quick break because we have an ad break as well. To quote the great angry video game nerd, James Rolfe, this game sucks. That's all you need to know. Mr. Fancy, welcome back. Wait, I need to fix my freaking bandana. Wait, is there actually a difference on backwards compatibility? That's cool. I would love to see the technicalities. Oh no, did I mess it up? Yeah, there's like a big smudge on the right glass, but it's fine. Oh. Yeah, I finished Downpour. So what we're doing currently is to watch a 2 hour long Downpour review that I've watched in the past. But I want to rewatch it now when I've actually played the game and share my thoughts and feelings with what I agree with. Stuff like that. It's much more interesting. So it might not be the most entertaining stream right now, but for me this means a lot because this is, first of all, it's Silent Hill. Second of all, it's been so many years of this piece of shit. I just want to close the chapter once and for all and be done with it. And this is what I'm gonna do now. I'm just gonna record my last thoughts and feelings, see this freaking video, and then we're done. And then I'll play some Shantae. Silent Hill Homecoming. Thank you, Fancy. How was that game you were playing? Xbox One X, it's flawless. It should be. Is it Stable 30 FPS. What was it? It must be 30. Play some more? Hell yeah. 30. Hey, Blue Beta 19. Welcome to the stream. Welcome. Yeah, just you probably heard me, but yeah, we're gonna no, don't bomb. Why are you doing this? We need to hug. Please follow. No, Ace back. Only if you want. Okay. Oh, I know why you want the follow Ace back. Because as soon as we reach 500 followers, which we're pretty close to, we're gonna play Sonic 06 again. I guess we're never done with these shitty games. It's just constant agony. But hey. Right. I want your brother to play it. Yeah, me too. But it's probably gonna ruin his entire weekend. Could be fun.
We have no problem with the concept of limiting the inventory to 1 or 2 everyday items to keep the player from feeling too empowered. But the execution is all wrong. Having weapons break on you is not scary.
Why is it Africa?
It's not realistic.
Yeah, he does stream. He's doing these basic streams off the Xbox Series X console. So it's only the game audio. Yeah, it's just the game. So he doesn't have cam or microphone or anything. It's just a super basic stream. But you know what? I think it's pretty cozy to have it in the background sometimes. Just video game ambience, in a way. But yeah, check it out if you want.
It's annoying!
Designed to frustrate.
If they really wanted to stick with this concept of searching for everyday items in the environment to use as weapons and making us change it up every so often, it might have been better to have some weapons be more useful against certain enemies and others less useful against those same enemies. Some breakable, some better for throwing, some better for slow, powerful attacks, some better for quick, weaker attacks, and so on. Then, you tailor the enemy's attributes and behaviors to correspond to these different styles of attack in some obvious way. You wouldn't be constantly looking for any weapon at all. You'd be looking for the right weapon for the situation.
To make the deterioration problem worse, sometimes specific weapons are required to perform special actions in order to proceed. You'll be hunting and searching.
Yeah, you know what? I had mixed feelings about that. Sometimes we got up to like a door that was boarded up, yeah, like it says here. I was like, okay, I need to find a fire axe. And it just felt more immersive that you don't have this constant key item with you. Like in the other Silent Hill games, you have a steel pipe or whatever. And it's always there. You can never lose it. So you always know it's there. But in this game, oh yeah, I need to find a fire axe and then use it. But on my way back to the door, there might be enemies. And if I block and if I hit them with it, the fire axe could break and then I can't proceed. So what do? Do I avoid the enemies? Do I run past them to get to the door and then stand there for like 5 seconds trying to hack up the boards? Or do I fight back with said weapon, risking losing it? I personally think that's a great idea, but man, was it frustrating. So I honestly applaud them for trying. Yeah, he's only streaming Persona 5 right now, which is a very good game to listen to with the music and the voice acting and stuff.
Probing and finding for an axe or a hook on a pole to get through a door or pull down a ladder. But don't you dare fight any enemies once you have it. If it breaks, and it will, you'll have to go find another that's halfway across the world.
Oh, that happened to me.
You can avoid the issue of deterioration by standing over one of the game's many infinite spawning weapon piles.
Oh, I never did
just
that.
Keep throwing. Range combat is much easier than
that's
melee,
cool.
Especially if you can get a hold of a gun, provided you use it as a gun and not a melee weapon. Duh.
But it can break?
They're extremely durable, so we recommend them for melee combat if you absolutely must engage in it. But they still shatter like anything else.
Okay.
And if you're still making the mistake of treating this game like any other survival horror, you'll be saving those bullets up for an emergency. That's how these games are supposed to be played, right? Not this one.
Designed to frustrate.
Downpour has a terrible habit of stealing all your critical items before or after each major area of the game, leaving you with nothing but the worthless lighter. They're apparently trying to teach you this very early on, as the first pistol you get from an early puzzle only lasts you another 4 minutes before it's dropped into a ravine.
But if you holster it, do you still lose it?
If you're an ammo saver like us, you'll pick it up and never fire a single shot before it's gone forever.
Later, you might get another, and you'll probably end up doing the same thing out of habit, even though you know it's going to happen.
Yeah, I'm pretty happy then.
Get a gun.
As soon as I had a gun, I just shot.
Game steals it from you. I even did this with the special items locked away in the promotional code safes. There's a super secret nail gun that I've acquired a few times and never fired once.
And another cool thing is we've completely eliminated an inventory system. So in the past...
let's do Devin Shatski. Let's hear that one more time, shall we?
An inventory... And another cool thing is we've completely eliminated an inventory system. So
okay, so that's why I was having a bunch of enemies around me, and I had this long ass horizontal menu with a bunch of shitty items, key items that I couldn't get rid of, and you have to scroll through in low frame rate just to reach that first aid kit or that gun. Oh, that's not an inventory system, my bad.
In the past, you could pick up lots of different objects. In say, Silent Hill Origins, you could pick up a TV, you could pick up an IV.
Dude, my fucking character had 5 paintings. 5 paintings in my pocket. We don't have an inventory system.
Stand, you could carry all these different things in your magic pocket, right? But with Downpour, all you can carry is what you can carry in your hand. So
no! That's a lie! It's a big fat lie. I spent $60 on this game based on your words alone, and you shat all over me.
You're limited to just that one object.
That's not true. There is an inventory. It's mapped to the up direction on the D-pad.
Up.
It moves agonizingly slow, and it allows you to carry vinyl records, film reels, paintings, cranks, levers, fishing rod, pounds and pounds of cumbersome items. But we're not allowed to carry more than 2 weapons because that wouldn't be realistic.
Good game, Fancy.
If you happen to collect side quest items but don't complete the side quest, you'll be stuck sorting through this junk pile every time you want to use an item. The game will not pause while you do it, so make sure everything's dead beforehand. This runs contrary to use of your journal, which pauses the game at any time, even though the purpose of having a journal was to keep us immersed in the gameplay, instead of having to use a menu system. If you happen to use it during a lightning strike or doing a screamer scream, the pause will freeze the effect.
And yet, the game will not pause when using a keypad. If enemies are nearby, it's possible to die whilst inputting the passcode. All in the name of realism and immersion. All that work to keep us immersed, but in order to see how much health you have left, you have to pause the game and enter the statistics screen.
This screen is chock full of...
Okay, so you can still see your health, kind of, in your flashlight, and I gave the game points for that. That's good. I like it. But if I really want to see my health, to make that decision, do I want to use my first aid kit or not, I have to go into the fucking statistics menu and check my percentage.
Information nobody cares about, such as how far you've run. Look how far I ran. I've run pretty far. Does something happen when I've run far enough? No. The only useful piece of information on this screen is the health percentage, so you have to keep stopping everything you're doing to see it.
It's that, or try to figure out how much longer you'll live based on how much blood is on Murphy's clothing. You'll find yourself doing this quite often, if not for the fact that Konami, much like every other developer, is making games for the lowest common denominator of player skill.
Regen health.
Or worse, people who don't even play games.
Downpour's combat is so frustrating, the game would be really hard if it wasn't so damn easy. Konami has taken a survival horror game meant for the survival horror niche market, and through dumbing down the gameplay mechanics and the difficulty level, attempted to appeal to the mass market. Since they didn't exactly reach the kind of penetration they were hoping for, all they achieved in doing so was to give survival horror fans, who are their target audience and nearly the entirety of the game's purchasers, a less enjoyable game experience. They have alienated their base. So while you may feel the need to know whether or not it would be worth the risk of using that last precious health kit in your inventory, fear not, because Murphy is a prime candidate for the Weapon X program. And by that I mean his health regenerates.
Up to a certain point.
The purpose of survival horror is to survive. Health regeneration makes that a trivial matter.
Nothing says survival like standing around waiting for the blood spots to go away. Sure, it doesn't regenerate all the way, but enough so that you need not fear your next monster encounter. Health kits are more for getting Murphy to run faster than they are for survival.
Regenerating health is just one of the ways this game has been tailored to the skill level most appropriate for mass market consumption.
Well, No, I don't want to follow the footsteps of one of my previous favorite streamer, XQC. He streamed Overwatch a bunch, and then it was just React and videos. React videos. All day, all the time. Screaming, loud equals fun. no thanks. I want to have fun playing video games. React, Andy. No, I don't know, dude. It would just feel so forced, because then if we watch a bunch of videos that I don't have any clue about, it just feels like, oh, people are expecting me to react now, so I'm just brute forcing reactions. It's not fun. It's only fun when it's something I genuinely care about, like Silent Hill. Yeah, I know. Many times when he's ranting, he's saying a bunch of stuff rapidly. I was like, I didn't quite catch that. But at the same time, it's kind of what makes him funny to listen to. Because it's not so much the words he's using, it's how he says it and his expression. Like, he's so lively. That's why I like watching him play Overwatch. But yeah, React, Andy, no. It has to be something I care about. Like the Silent Hill stream we did. The transmission. Like, oh yeah, here we go. New Silent Hill games. Nintendo Direct. Those things I will react to.
Like most recent games, Downpour has interactive objects that shimmer shine to let non-players know when they should use the action button.
Non-gamers.
And action button prompts to let non-players know what the action button does.
Unlike most recent games, Downpour allows you to turn these off if you don't feel like being treated like an idiot. This is definitely a plus.
Yeah.
2 problems. Problem 1, you can't turn off the shiny shims on weapons.
What?
It's understandable in a game where the weapon you're holding is going to shatter in 3 seconds, and the only other weapon in the area is a brick that blends.
I was saying, if I was replaying this game, I would just turn off the action prompts and the shimmer shiny, because it just looks so weird. It breaks the immersion.
Environment.
But a better solution to that problem would have been to make it so that the shimmy shine wasn't even needed in the first place by making usable items more obvious in some artistic.
And that is why fixed camera angles are perfect. Because you can just point the camera towards an item and then you move your character over there.
Way. For example, those fire axes are a nice bright in-your-face fire engine red. They stick out nicely against any drab neutral.
Oh yeah,
colored
this is a 2-hour video. We're not even halfway through.
And this game has to offer. If all the useful items in the game stuck out like that, they wouldn't need to shimmer.
Problem 2. Button prompts can be turned off, but are necessary in many cases. In order to keep with their theme of increased immersion, they make posters and notices and signs on walls readable simply by zooming in on them.
I like that.
However, there are many cases of things that cannot be read in this way and require you to press the action button.
Wait, Fancy, doesn't that cost sandwich points to attack and bomb and stuff? I think it does.
Since half the things can be read by zooming and half require interaction, with the prompts off, you'll most likely assume that the latter is unreadable and skip right all over them.
There are instances where the button prompts are pretty much required. This bogeyman fight is probably the most frustrating experience any of us had with the game. You fight him and you fight him and you fight him and you take lots of...
Hey guys, you can also move your avatar. You can be like exclamation point left and then percentage. Like you could do 75% left. And so your character moves to the 75% across that entire spectrum or whatever. I guess 0 would be dead center, and then 90% left would be almost to the edge. 200. Something like that. You can check the commands if you are unsure.
Damage, and he takes a knee and you fight him and he gets back up and you look for another weapon and you fight him and he takes a knee and he gets back up and you fight him and then he takes a knee and you keep fighting. And since the combat is so repulsive, you die, and you repeat that a few times, fighting him and dying and fighting him and fighting and dying. And then you finally figure out that when he takes a knee, you're supposed to walk up and push the action button, which is the last thing you want to do to any enemy in this game. And then...
I mean, his weapon was shimmer shining when he took a knee. But I guess that's not enough. I knew beforehand that you had to pick it up, so I'm happy I did avoid this frustration. Designed to frustrate.
And the fight is over. What could have taken 2 minutes just took 2 hours. If only we had the button turned on. This would have been a head-slapping moment if we could blame ourselves.
Yo, Matthias Marabella. Nice name. New game. No. Silent Hill Downpour came out in 2012. And it is kryptonite for me. I hate this game. I love Silent Hill, But wow, Downpour is not good. Don't play it. Only play it if you want to experience all of the Silent Hill games so you can make a valid like review or comparison between them. But no, this game is 10 years old. And we just finished a playthrough. My first ever playthrough. It took a long time. We finally finished it, and now we're watching a review and kind of gathering our thoughts regarding the action and the story and everything. But yeah.
But since it was
welcome to the stream, by the way.
Fault for not making it obvious what we should do, it was more of a head-banging moment that we shared with the nearest brick wall. I don't know why this cutscene couldn't have played automatically as soon as he took the damage. The ordeal would have been even worse had they not had a conveniently placed checkpoint right before.
A hallmark of traditional survival horror is save game management. Limited save points increase the challenge of survival and the penalty of death, forcing players to be wiser in managing resources and making decisions.
Exactly. I said this during my playthrough as well. The checkpoints are everywhere, so I'm never afraid of dying. And on top of that, the enemies themselves looked so silly, and they danced around with the happy Joker smiles. It's like, I'm not scared of the enemies. Their moveset is weird. I have limited resources, and I have checkpoints everywhere. So why would I care? And if you die, I guess you come back with full health in the room before. So it's like, okay.
That is especially so when you are limited to the number of times you can use a save point.
We can't think of anything that defeats that concept more handily than autosaving and checkpoints. By implementing this system, they're not only taking away the challenges one faces when considering whether or not to save and how often, they've eliminated any real consequence for dying. Checkpoints are so close together, you never have to do all that much to get back to the point where you died. If you die.
The game is very tense for the first few areas, simply because you're playing the game like you play any other survival horror. It's only after dying a few times that you learn death is merely a minor annoyance.
It's a minor annoyance, especially because the loading screens are like 30 to 60 seconds long. Ooh. Now, while streaming, it's kind of okay, because it gives me, gives me time to hydrate, read chat, check the stream stats or whatever. But I can only imagine if you're playing this game on your own, fully immersed, and you're dying to a specific part, and you're sitting there and waiting for like a full minute for the whole screen to reload every time you die. Oh, it's not that fun. I don't like it.
Murphy's health is fully restored upon loading a checkpoint. You're not really penalized for playing poorly, nor are you rewarded for playing well. On the contrary, the game rewards you more for not taking risks than it does for taking them. Frustrating combat just isn't a problem when you literally never have to engage in it.
Games like Metal Gear, Splinter Cell, or Hitman encourage you to beat them without killing enemies, but in those games it's more difficult to avoid combat than it is to just kill everyone. But in Downpour, barreling through the game from objective to objective while running like a scared little girl from every enemy you see is easier than fighting, is counter the game mechanics of the game, which encourages fighting, and nets you a bigger reward. In fact, every enemy you kill in Downpour increases your chance of getting one of the bad or undesirable...
Oh, that's why I got the good ending! Because I was so frustrated about the combat and limited resources, I just ran through everything. And that netted me a better ending. Huh, I guess they took that from Silent Hill 3, because in that game, the more enemies you kill, increases your risk or chance, whatever, to get the bad ending. I did not know this game had that. So I guess it gets plus points. That's a good feature, I'd say. But I didn't do it with the intention of being a pacifist or a good guy. I did it mostly to save my sanity.
Endings. Avoiding combat is not only better for your health, but will land you a good ending and an achievement. You are actually penalized for trying to get good at a substantial part of the game, and you are rewarded for cowardice.
Also, unlike those other games, Downpour does not have an endgame statistics screen to tell you whether or not you did well, nor does it have items to unlock for, let's say, beating it within a certain amount of time or defeating a certain number of enemies. The only incentive you have to replay the game is to see a different one of the endings, and none of them requires more skill than any other.
You can't make manual saves. You can't make a save prior to, let's say, a big decision in a story moment, and then reload that later. You can't. You're limited to 5 or 6 automated saves. So you have to replay the entire game, and you can't skip cutscenes.
The only things there are to unlock in Downpour are character concept art and what they call collectibles. The concept art images are all unlocked by completing a corresponding side quest. All you get is a thumbnail and a paragraph. I'm sure they thought they were giving us a lot with the bonus information in the descriptions, but there's nothing we didn't already know or couldn't infer by ourselves. 7 out of the 10 collectibles can be gotten from completing just one side quest, while the other 3 are located in areas you have to pass through to progress. All of these items, collectible and concept art, can be gotten on any difficulty level, no matter how much you suck at the game, and not a single one is worth the trouble.
It's not all that troublesome, so I guess you should say not a single one is worth the time consumption.
Most casual players nowadays need constant reminders of what they should be doing and how they need to do it. As a response, most games have an objective screen that tells them in plain English
Now,
exactly—
I'm kind of happy that Downpour did not have that. It didn't have a bunch of heads-up displays and waypointers and text on the screen saying you in freaking English and telling you what to do. But still,
what they need to do at all times, and a big fat arrow on the screen that tells them where to go. Downpour's journal fills in these objectives with one constant reminder to escape from Silent Hill.
The kiwi! I can't touch the kiwi. I'll get punished.
It might as well just say, objective, beat the game.
Thankfully, this game's waypoint system is a little more clever than just lines on the ground or arrows leading the way. The black light you find on the game exposes footprints and stains that lead you around the environment. It's kind of clever. Unfortunately, this means that if you don't want to miss anything, you have to play the rest of the game purple. Hope you like purple.
I do like purple.
Loading screen.
Wait, let me change my color to purple. There we go. More purple.
Another way current games like to tell you what to do in plain English.
Hey, yo.
But this game is spooky. So they put spooky messages every once in a while. These will make you laugh and roll your eyes and suck you straight out of the game.
I like that. Why do you suck at games so much?
It's really spooky.
If that's not helpful enough, Murphy constantly talks to himself and tells himself and you what to think and what to do about everything. And that's another nice way to kill immersion because it's a reminder that the events of the game are not happening to you, but to this guy.
Why are you doing this to me?
We utilized focus testing for many of our puzzle designs to find out which were too hard, too easy, unintuitive, etc. So ultimately, we decided upon implementing the classic difficulty level option that fans were familiar with from the original Silent Hill games.
Wow.
This was received very well by the core fans and mainstream as well.
You can't say that. This game stands on its own, like he said.
We utilized focus testing for many of our puzzle designs to find out which were too hard, too easy, unintuitive, etc. Those who want to delve into more difficult puzzles and use their brain more during gameplay can select the hard difficulty setting, or those who want a less cerebral experience have the option of easy or normal puzzles.
Well, there's your problem, and the proof of our statements. Focus testing for the mass market has severely retarded this game's intelligence. There are several different types of puzzles in Downpour. The one that sticks in your brain the most, the one that you feel like you have to do an awful lot, is finding number combinations to enter in keypads and safes. All but one of these answers is exactly the same, no matter what difficulty level, and the method of obtaining them is almost the same.
So then, what does the difficulty setting do? Well, one change with hard difficulty is that they move key items around, but never very far. A required puzzle item might have moved from one room to a different room in the same area, but chances are you won't even notice the difference. But are the actual puzzles more difficult? The answer is no. Only 1 or 2 puzzles actually require more thought to solve on hard difficulty. But if you've already solved on normal or easy, you don't have to worry about that, do you?
Random.
All of the combinations are the same. Safes with multiple dials do crazy puzzle turns, and they just do them more on hard. But otherwise, there is no difference. The result is that even those of us that want the harder difficulty are brought down to the level of the people that don't.
The only 2 hard difficulty puzzles we had trouble with are the ones everyone else has trouble with. Look up Silent Hill Downpour puzzle on Google, and it will return an autocomplete with these 2 puzzles. So we know that everyone is having this trouble.
I think it's still true after 10
One is the
years.
license plate puzzle in the prison. You are supposed to use your black light to see the numbers 2, 3, and 5, and 4 hidden around this area.
As an actual puzzle, it's not difficult, but you will never find the first number. Nobody has ever found the first number. We didn't care to find it because of the continuous.
And you also have to listen to that stupid alarm constantly.
Enemies. Nobody else on the internet cared to deal with them either, it seems, because if you look it up like we did, you'll find plenty of people telling you the code, or Let's Players just running up and using the code, and nobody telling you how they know it. Guess what? There it is.
Wow.
In a spot nobody will ever look.
The other problem puzzle is the mine train puzzle. Not because of the difficulty, but rather because of poor writing. We shouldn't have to spend as much time talking about this puzzle as we're about to, but we have to, because if you try to solve it the way it's supposed to be solved, it is impossible. This puzzle requires that you push colored buttons in an order specified by a poem. On easy, it's no problem. It just lists the colors. On normal, the colors are still there, but in descriptive
Yeah, we got that pretty quickly.
words. On hard difficulty, you're expected to identify the colors of items listed, but since it's not clear which items in the poem are actually describing colors, half of what's here is a flat-out lie. Slate is gray, and burning ash is orange, but you're supposed to ignore all of that and just pay attention to the word ash. 3 words into the poem, you're already being lied to. Blood is mentioned 3 separate times, the second 2 are lies, and Toluca's subterranean claws would refer to stalactites and stalagmites, which are gray, but you're supposed to ignore those as well and just pay attention to the word Toluca. Since blue is the last button, you wouldn't have to worry about the rest, but as far as you know, the sequence up to there is gray, orange, red, green, which would return an incorrect result immediately because you're only allowed 4 button presses. This leaves you staring at the poem for half an hour, wondering which of these colors is a lie, forcing all kinds of twisted logic onto it. Blood is listed 3 times, and gray nouns are also listed 3 times, so maybe it has something to do with the 3s? Or maybe the colors listed more than once are incorrect.
Because this one goes on for a little bit too long. But wow.
Gray because of the claws, but then that means gray is back on, but only after the first few colors.
Is this really how we're gonna spend the next half hour of the video, watching you try to figure out this puzzle in real time?
Hey, if I spend a whole hour of real life trying to figure this crap out before finally cheating and looking up the answer, we can spend 3 minutes talking about it. That's an entire hour of my life wasted because Tom Hewlett, I just know Tom Hewlett wrote this question, because Tom Hewlett put the noun slate in the first sentence. It's a badly written puzzle and it can't be solved in its current form.
I solved it by accident.
Don't be so childish.
Oh, let's talk about childish. You can contrast that last one with the puzzles of the type your 4-year-old might do in the waiting room at your dentist's office, including this head scratcher and a life-size mirror version of what equates to a spot the differences page in highlights for children.
Wait, what's wrong with this picture? Something change?
The former happens during a Hansel
This
and
one I
Gretel
really
stage play
liked.
come to life, where you play the part of a stagehand turning lights on and making sound effects in the correct order. Most reviewers seem to agree that the result of solving this puzzle is the best part of the game. Is it impressive? I think it's alright.
You know, it was really good. But what just flat out ruined it for me was that as soon as the rain and the trees and everything came into effect, the game went down to 10 frames per second, and I just did not want to play the game anymore.
Is the puzzle difficult? Not in the slightest.
Apparently, this is a puzzle. Push the button until it stops right.
We did it second try.
If this counts as a puzzle, then so does this endless staircase that they copied from another game I've played.
Super Mario 64?
Well, reaching into this monster is also a puzzle. You x-ray it and then reach in. Believe it or not, this extremely easy puzzle has the potential of wasting another half an hour of your time. Not the puzzle
Half an
itself,
hour?
but the key you get from completing it. This is the key needed for this door. This key is also the one...
Dude, this happened to me as well. I was walking around for like 20 minutes. No joke. But where am I supposed to go?
Key in the entire game that Murphy will not automatically open his non-existent inventory to
Exactly.
use.
It's like most of the doors he opens automatically if you have the right key item or it brings up.
Every locked door in the game will prompt the use of an item, but this one will inform you that you need the key whether or not you have it.
Yes, Champy, we did. We did beat the game, and then I threw it into the corner of the room. I flipped the bird. But I'm still not done. I need to get everything out so I can be clean tomorrow. Hug Champy, yeah. Hug Champy, please.
Since you're used to auto-using items by this point, you'll end up searching every last cranny and nook of the whole orphanage looking for a key you already possess.
That's about the same amount of time you'll usually waste to complete a side quest, which is where many of the game's puzzles are featured. The reward for completing a side quest is never ever worth the trouble of solving its puzzle. Most of the time the reward is health, ammo, or a weapon, but if you're running from combat, you don't need any of those. Many are the scenario where you use up 3 boxes of handgun bullets and 2 health kits fighting the side quest monsters, only to receive 1 health kit and a handgun as a reward. There's an achievement for every side quest, and for 3 of them, the achievement is the only reward, so if that's enough reward for you, then congratulations.
I'm gonna get me them trophies. They don't call me warrior for nothing. Trophy boards!
People play games for trophies and achievements?
Some yield a super secret amazing crap weapon that you might think is really great, but breaks just like all the rest, and if you try to save it for later, it's stolen from you anyway.
Ah, nice.
There is a point of no return, but it's not made explicitly clear that this is a point of no return.
Oh, you mean a poner?
Dude, I kind of realized that automatically because they were building up that whole boat ride and that it's fast and we need to get out of here. So I was just thinking, yeah, if we take this boat, we're not going to be able to come back.
What's a poner?
You know, a poner. P-O-N-R. That's what we call it in the business.
The butler business?
Poner.
My first time through, I was holding on to all my side quest items to take care of later, but since I had no idea I wouldn't be able to use them after the poner, they were stuck in my inventory for the rest of the game.
The developers talk about how certain side quests are good for revealing what they like to call lore, and we should accept that as our reward.
Yeah.
Lore is supposed to be information given about the town or the greater story that tells us something we didn't know. Maybe some new information about the situation Murphy is in, the politics of Silent Hill, town history, these kinds of things. In the case of Downpour, lore equals random ghost story. This guy stole a bunch of stuff from some people. Put their souls to rest. This guy killed his family. Put his soul to rest.
They actually use that sound. Wow. Okay. Oh,
woman.
Hello. I'm so happy I skipped out on the side quests. What does it have to do with the lore of either Silent Hill or Murphy or the overarching story? Just a bunch of people that did stuff and that's it.
Killed her autistic daughter. Put her soul to rest.
Unless you can kind of steer it and kind of use it as an interpretation of the story. I don't know.
Take this person's ashes and spread them at their special place to put their soul to rest.
Looks like this was a special place to somebody.
Ah, Silent Hill 2.
There is no extra story to be gained from completing side quests, except for the one where you free the birds to reveal 10 seconds of video about Murphy having had a son at one time.
Wow!
He lived in this field.
One of the side quests leads to an alternate ending, but it's a joke ending.
Laura?
In this field.
One of the side...
Laura? James? Heather? No.
Side quest leads to an alternate ending, but it's a joke ending that has nothing but sleeves.
The only side quest that might be worth completing is the Hobo Subway one, where the hobo unlocks the subway system that allows you to get around town easier.
He has his hands a little bit too close, maybe.
Oh, if you find any, you be sure and come back here and old crazy Homer will show you a few secrets about this place.
You give him a coat and a candy bar, and then he ties at your feet. The only problem with that is that by the time you have all the items needed to finish it, you don't need to get around town anymore.
Wait, so you can unlock a fast traveling system in a section of the game that you can just run past. You start like here, and you can just run up to this part and be done with this entire section. You're never gonna come back here. Why?
Because you've already done everything.
All of this pointlessness of questing on the side left us wondering...
The town isn't even that large, so you need a fast traveling system. Okay, maybe it's just... Oh...
Why do I have to do these? Investigate the bank. Okay, I'll do it, but why? I've already done a bunch of these quests, and I haven't seen anything that might spark my desire to do more of them. Why am I doing this?
We needed to modernize it a bit and make sure there's things to do, and so we came up with the side quests.
I already have things to do. I'm playing this game. And in this game, I have better things to do than putting people's souls to rest and exploring empty rooms that all look the same.
On that note, the only thing about the mechanics that we think could be a good idea if used correctly is the door peek mechanic left over from Kazam.
How many times, huh? How many? It's its own merit. You can't compare it to Shazam.
No, not Shazam, Kazam.
What am I watching? Oh yeah, they are. I have a favorite.
That's stupid.
Okay, fine. There's an all-new door peek mechanic that's really cool when you aren't using it on a chain link gate, which is how we're introduced to the concept.
The first time we used
The
it.
very first door peek happens on a door you can see through. Ooh, I wonder what's happening on the other side of this gate.
The child? You mean the innocent and childlike daughter?
With solid doors, it brings to mind lots of scenarios where there might be several routes leading to the same destination. And advancing carefully, checking behind each door for enemies or a clear route would be preferable to charging in come what may. This imaginative concept makes the first few door peekings very tense. After about 20 doors, you'll realize there's never anything to be tense about.
There was never, ever
time,
anything behind the door.
Room you have to go into. There's one entrance to that room, and you're going to go through it whether or not there's an enemy on the other side. And there's never an enemy on the other side.
That's what I kind of liked in Resident Evil. Like, you had these loading screen animations for the doors. So as soon as you press the button on the door, you made a commitment to go to the other side. And then just, bam, you're in there. And there could be zombies, could be hunters, whatever. Made it intense. This, I guess you could make it work, but in this game, no.
Wandering enemies and multiple entrances to useful rooms. Let's say you check a door and there's an enemy behind it. Leave it and go explore somewhere else. By the time you get back, the enemy might have wandered away.
Yeah.
Or find an alternate entrance to the room. This would heighten the tension by giving both you and the enemy a way to sneak up on each other. But since that's not the case, what we have here is a useless gameplay mechanic. As far as I can remember, there's only one door in the entire game with an enemy directly behind it. And that room has one alternate way to enter. So they did it right once with a useless room that has nothing useful in it. We walked right in and got jumped because it's such a special case.
I get it already. Door peeking is not useful.
But is it not also frustrating?
Uh-huh.
Introduce a static camera angle and useless becomes aggravating. This door here. If you played the game, you know this door. It is almost
impossible. No, I
impossible.
didn't, because I didn't do side quests, so I'm happy I didn't get as frustrated with this game as I could have been. 100% playthrough tomorrow. Let's go. Yo, Fancy, why do we hate video games? Just angry all the time, just criticizing. Who do we think we are? Just sitting here, adult men complaining about digital experiences, thinking that we deserve better.
To get Murphy to go all the way through this door the first time you touch it, even if you already know that this door. Why can't I just push the button and he goes through the door, man?
You can't just push the button and he does anything, because he does things without pushing the button.
Yeah.
Okay, sure, fine. Okay, sure, fine. He just does things without, okay, fine. But this mechanic can cause some veins to burst in some foreheads whenever the ladders are involved.
Oh,
every time you accidentally
ladders.
touch a ladder, he climbs the whole way, and you can't stop him. It's the worst when you just want to check an area past the ladder, and he decides to climb instead. He climbs all the way up, and then all the way down, and then you find out there wasn't anything over there anyway, and climb all the way back up again. Oh, wasn't that a lovely waste of time?
The biggest problem is that the game is using action prompts to initiate stuff. Press A to do this. But the ladders, oh no. If you just scrape by a ladder, it just automatically sucks him onto it and he climbs the whole thing. Just give me an option to go past a ladder without climbing it. Gee.
This ladder in the orphanage is an especially big nuisance since it's so close to a doorway you need to get through several times. You can't keep him from climbing up and down every time you walk past.
Oh yeah.
By the time you reach this particular ladder, you're used to the strange ways you need to manipulate Murphy to keep him from doing stupid crap. You reach the top, you let go all of the controls, push forward, and piece of crap.
That happened! That happened to me too!
Crap, stop it!
Designed to frustrate.
This ladder in the Centennial Building is the opposite.
That one
doesn't work. You can't get Murphy to climb it without at least 45 seconds of finagling.
Dude, check the VOD. What they're showing right now happened to me. Just program a circle of button prompt near the ladder. Press the button and he climbs up. Wow.
All these frustrations would have been avoided if they had just given us the choice of initiating these actions ourselves.
Well, maybe not. In the case of this one specific painting, the action button is useless unless you're standing in just the right spot.
Oh yeah, there was a first aid kit I never picked up. I couldn't pick up the first aid kit. I tried for a minute.
It's right there. It's right in front of you. Come on, Murphy! Just get the painting. It's right there. I don't know why I want this painting so bad.
This looks like one of those weird paintings.
There are plenty of bugs.
Might need a little bit of polish, and I see all the problems with the story and gameplay. I'll give you that. But at least it's scary.
Yeah, because that's the only thing that can save it now, right?
Was the game scary, Fancy?
You'd expect there to be a certain amount of horror in a survival horror game. We know it's a matter of opinion, but we don't think it's scary, and we can't think of anyone else who thinks it's scary.
It's not scary.
There are plenty of Let's Players who think it's scary, but I think that's just for dramatic purposes.
I'm a Let's Player from 2009. I don't find this game scary. I don't overreact for content. Who do you think I am?
Oh my gosh!
That guy's not scared, he's just an idiot.
The game has all the butt-clenching terror of an amusement park spook house. The main menu is a great introduction to the kind of chills you'll experience, accompanied by the spooky sounds of a haunted house sound effects CD from Walgreens. The train ride is a particularly blatant example of how not to scare a 3-year-old girl.
Can I try that on my nephew?
Ghostly hauntings? Are you scared by these? How about that rip in space-time over there?
Ooh.
Isn't that terrifying? What about the creepy lighting? Does that create an atmosphere of horror for you?
Ghostly reenactments of past horrors. False scares from monsters that were never there.
No!
Funhouse maze chase sequences.
Objects come at you out of nowhere.
The corridor's moving on its own.
Magic mirrors. Water slides.
No. Anything.
Who is this game and what do they think they're trying to scare? Puppies?
Monsters aren't scaring any puppies either. What a bunch of goons.
That's actually funny.
The prostitute clown sex dolls are stupid and annoying, and the rest all have goofy smiles.
That could have been from the game. Wow. It really looks like it's from the game.
Sounds like a dolphin.
The bogeyman
Dude, it's not a survival horror. It's a survival comedy.
supposed to be the scariest thing in the game, but it's just a guy in a raincoat with a gas mask.
Ooh.
In the concept art, you can see they had a clear vision for what they wanted for the bogeyman. Anything's fine as long as it has a gas mask on. Oh, we can't do all that cool stuff? Oh, just a raincoat's fine.
I'm not scared of him. He's a baby killer. He kills babies.
I'm not scared of him because he was stolen from Deadly Premonition.
Yeah.
I'm not scared of the prisoners because they were stolen from Condemned Criminal Origins.
I'm not scared of that purple flashlight because it was also stolen from Condemned to Criminal Origins.
I'm not scared of that part behind the curtain on stage because it was stolen from Max Payne.
Ah.
I'm not scared of this game because I've played Silent Hill before.
Not fair.
I'm not scared of the tornado because why is there a tornado? That's not scary.
I'm not scared of the monsters joyriding around town in demonic cop cars because that's got to be the most retarded thing I've ever seen.
I'm not scared of
Why aren't you scared?
Huh?
Why aren't you scared? This is a Silent Hill game that's supposed to be scary. Why aren't you scared?
Like I said before, not fair.
It wasn't fair 5 seconds ago before this became part 2.
Part 2, fancy! We've been here for 2 hours and we're entering part 2. Now we're gonna base the game off of its fucking title.
Submitted for the approval of the Midnight Society, I call this story The Tale of the Captured Souls.
In a perfect world, our game would be judged on its own merit and not how it matches up to its predecessors.
The game is called Silent Hill. Silent Hill. But it's not supposed to be judged of its predecessors. You have 7 games behind you called Silent Hill, but oh, don't you dare judge this game based on its title.
This game is titled Silent Hill Downpour, and it's the 8th game in the series. Most of the people playing it are playing it based on the title alone. To say that we shouldn't compare it to its predecessors is to say that it's not a Silent Hill game. If that's how you feel, why title it that way? If you want it to stand alone, why not just let it stand alone? Why not call it Downpour and tell us it's inspired by Silent Hill?
They don't even follow their own rule. Downpour has constant references to previous Silent Hill games, designed to play on your nostalgia.
Capitalizing on the title and success of Silent Hill is one thing, and however you choose to feel about that one thing, whatever, doesn't matter. But don't tell us to forget everything we know about Silent Hill just so Downpour won't be overshadowed by its ancestry.
It's like, yeah, Half-Life 3 is coming out, but don't you dare compare it to Half-Life 1 and 2.
We'll be comparing Downpour to that ancestry now, under the assumption that everybody watching this video has seen the rest of the real Silent Hill experience from the beginning. So if you haven't seen it by now, go take a look first.
When it comes to gameplay, the developers of Silent Hill Downpour are hellbent on changing everything we loved about the original mechanics, for no other reason than that the original Silent Hill games worked with traditional survival horror gameplay mechanics, and those are old. Tom Hewlett hasn't made it difficult to see how he feels about them. Take a look at the HD Collection review to find out more.
We're making it easier to play. The old games, which people like, are from the early days of survival horror. They're a little bit clunky with the controls, and combat is weird. I hear from a lot of fans that they try to convince their plans to play Silent Hill 2, and their friends just aren't interested.
Alright, so I'm an advocate for Silent Hill 2. I have made 5 people, if not more, I've made 5 people play Silent Hill 2 for the first time. None of them have ever complained about the controls being clunky or the combat being weird, because they were intrigued by the characters and the story from the get-go.
Well, one of the reasons is that the controls are hard to get into. If you're playing all these modern games that are easy to control and intuitive, you don't want to go back to these clunky games. It's just not worth it.
Not worth it. Nah, you know, Silent Hill 2, that story, it's good, but the controls, not worth it.
That's how you feel? There's no value in Silent Hill 2 past the controls, so if you can't get used to them, then it's not worth playing?
Homecoming. Get used to it or don't play. That's what you said.
But what we didn't say is that Silent Hill isn't worth the trouble. That may not be what he means, but what he's definitely trying to get at is that Downpour's controls are just so much better than anything Team Silent could do. You want to talk about a reason to play the game? Oh, man. Downpour's controls. You just have to try these controls. They're so good at conveying the idea that Murphy Pendleton sucks at fighting.
It does.
We definitely looked at the old games, but we didn't do things the old way if there was a better way to get those ideas across. For example, our combat system is far more fluid and complex than the one in Silent Hill 2. But in the end, both.
Okay, so in a perfect world, our game would not be judged by its predecessors, but in a vacuum. But our combat system is far more fluid and complex than the one in Silent Hill 2, so they can compare to the other Silent Hill games, but we can't. Thank you, Tom.
Approaches communicate this character's not good at fighting.
Traditional survival horror controls aren't bad just because they're old. They got it right the first time. Tank controls for movement. R1 readies the
we're in charge of Silent Hill. We know what to do.
Weapon. Action button uses the weapon once it's ready. It
Hell
works
yeah.
great and has done for 15 years. Its simplicity was its genius.
It used to be that if combat was difficult, it's because you were bad at it. In Downpour,
Skill
they
issue.
impede the feeling that it's because Murphy is bad at it. They give the enemies all these different abilities and Murphy doesn't have the skill required to deal with them. Why not? Because that's how Tom thinks the game is supposed to be.
This idea that combat in Silent Hill is supposed to be bad because the characters are just normal, everyday people is a load of crap. The combat in Silent Hill games is the way it is because it's the traditional survival horror way of handling combat.
Those STARS members are a highly trained police task force and they're fighting exactly the same way. Explain that. And Silent Hill characters are way more efficient fighters than they ever were. You won't catch any self-respecting STARS members strafing.
Remember when we said that like years ago?
Most people want Resident Evil to go back to the way it was in those first few games. But Silent Hill, no. Silent Hill's combat was always bad and needed to change. So let's change it from a combat system that some people who would never play a Silent Hill game have a problem with, to one that everybody has a problem with.
You can't please everybody.
Yeah, Fancy, why don't you play Silent Hill Downpour and let me know? Maybe you will be the chosen one who likes the control in Downpour.
Yeah, but you have to please somebody. Each successive Silent Hill game before Downpour has attempted to get further and further away from the gameplay of the originals, and the changes they make are always met with negative reaction from people who are expecting a traditional Silent Hill game.
Because they want to make you like Silent Hill their way, Downpour takes the elements each of those games introduced, elements that everyone hates, and throws them all together in one crappy game experience because they're refusing to admit they were ever wrong. So, gameplay-wise, Origins plus Hostile Coming plus Shazam equals Downpour.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, we took all the pre-existing Silent Hill games and kind of picked what we thought were like some of the best things out of all of them, and sort of took the best of the best and put it into Silent Hill Downpour.
Ah, right. Dude, he's fucking jacked.
You hate breakable weapons and QTE in your combat? You're wrong. And we'll show you how wrong you are when we put them in Downpour. You hate chopping boards off of doors? Hate ducking under and squeezing through? You hate boring characters with no solar personality mirroring the dullness of the gray-orange color palette? You're wrong again. Downpour has that. Better than before. You hate alternating between exploring empty environments full of seemingly unrelated side stories and chase sequences where you can't fight and just have to keep running around aimlessly until things stop chasing you? Still wrong. You'll learn to love the disparity between fruitless exploration and getting chased in Downpour. By combining all of these elements you hate so much, you'll see how we were secretly geniuses the whole time and how you just couldn't see it because you were blinded by nostalgia and Team Silent fanboy rage.
Whoa! Damn! I feel targeted. He's staring into my soul. It's true. I played Silent Hill Origins. I played Shattered Memories. I played Homecoming. And it's true. The worst of the worst in one complete package.
They listen to complaints all the time. You got your button prompt removal option, didn't you?
A paltry attempt to appease. Much like the multiple puzzle difficulties. Paltry.
Yeah,
the multiple
have a high
difficulties
standard.
for puzzles are back by popular demand, but in the most disappointing way possible. Downpour's puzzles are as difficult on hard as the originals were on easy. We wish that were an exaggeration. The answers are always the same, no matter what difficulty you choose, where the originals would change the number combinations every new game, even on the same difficulty level.
We're not so sure why people are so impressed with Downpour's puzzles. If you compare them to the originals, there's no contest. The original riddles were written with the genius Tom Hewlett was trying for when he wrote the one and only puzzle in Downpour that resembles them. Rather than trying to decipher a number combination from an expertly worded riddle, Downpour players just need to walk around a little bit and maybe push an action button a few times before the answer is written down for them.
Do these numbers mean something?
Oh.
We're also not sure why people are so impressed with Downpour's story.
At least you can be happy that they didn't copy Silent Hill 2 again.
Oh, did they?
There it is. The rallying cry of the Downpour defender.
Of course they did. Downpour is about characters facing their inner demons. Silent Hill 2 is the only original Silent Hill game about characters facing their inner demons. If you make a Silent Hill game about characters facing their inner demons, you are, by default, copying the story of Silent Hill 2. It doesn't matter if there's amnesia involved or not.
I wouldn't go as far as saying copying the story, but yeah, you're following the footprints of it. You're facing your inner demons, and you're discovering it as you're playing it for the first time.
Basic formula goes, someone in the main character's past is dead. Somehow they end up in Silent Hill, where their demons torment them, including one demon that's a direct representation of their desire for punishment for their guilt, until the twist ending, where everything is revealed to the player. Then the character's inner turmoil is resolved in one of several ways.
There you go, fans. So you've played every single Final Hill game now. Silent Fantasy. You've played all of them. That's pretty much it.
The only difference in Downpour is that instead of Murphy not remembering someone is dead because of him, he just won't admit it.
Unless you're talking about the ending where he's not actually guilty of killing somebody. Though I guess he still feels that he's the one responsible for Sewell's actions.
It was my fault he died.
And then there's the ending where he feels absolutely no guilt whatsoever for maybe killing 3 people, including his possibly autistic son. How are they explaining Silent Hill guilt trip then?
How are they explaining it with the Anne Cunningham ending? What'd she feel guilty for? You'll never know. But the idea remains that the main character and every other character they meet must be going through some type of magical guilt trip, whether or not we know why.
How appropriate then that Downpour's writer is Tom Waltz, the man responsible for writing Sinner's Reward and Past Life, the Silent Hill comics. Both of them are rip-offs of Silent Hill 2 in that they're about men who find themselves in Silent Hill after killing a lot of people, and the town is forcing them to face the truth. You can imagine the rest. It's not that difficult. Dead people from their past show up to haunt them and things like that.
So why... Of the first 4 Silent Hill games, why is it only Silent Hill 2 that people think about? Spoiler! Yeah, indeed. Because it doesn't deal that much with the cult, and it's pretty straightforward, right? So it's much easier to take the story of Silent Hill 2 and then make your own version of it. Oh, Lord. I really hope they don't go down this path with the new Silent Hill games.
If you think about Silent Hill 2, you've got James, who is seeing all of these monsters. Angela is seeing something totally different. Laura's not seeing anything. She's so innocent that she's running around. Eddie? What's he seeing? Even within each individual story, there's sub-stories and subplots. It's different for everyone. In Sinner's Reward, I did that because I like that.
And like the formula dictates, the main character of Sinner's Reward is tormented by a monstrous representation of his desire for punishment. Pyramid Head. And we all know that Pyramid Head has no business outside of Silent Hill 2. Tom Hewlett can tell you all about it.
Well, you see, Pyramid Head only belongs in Silent Hill 2 because he's a specific manifestation of James's guilt and remorse.
Luckily, Waltz worked closely with Tom Hewlett and Devin Chaskew in writing Past Life and was able to learn his lesson before writing Downpour. He wouldn't be repeating that mistake.
That's one of those neat things I found out way after playing the games. It can't be by accident. There's a reason. When I had Pyramid Head in the first comic, I was just thinking of creatures, but I didn't realize creatures had a purpose. In hindsight, I know better.
Since Tom Hewlett and Devin Chesky also had input on the story for Downpour, and since we know that they have trouble accepting blame for things, from here on, we'll refer to Downpour's writer as Tom Vin Huwalski.
So now, knowing the correct formula and having learned from past mistakes, Tom Vin Huwalski set out to make a proper Silent Hill 2 clone, cleverly disguised as a brand new standalone story that wasn't copying Silent 2 at all.
I'm always scared, Fancy, when you're this wholesome. There is something on the other side. It's the duality.
Complete with their very own Pyramid Head. Pre-release, they assured us that they weren't going to use Pyramid Head again, and yet here he is walking around in a raincoat and a gas mask. Huwalski wouldn't actually admit that he's Pyramid Head, but we all know the truth.
Look, we're not just trying to make a game with Pyramid Head and nurses in it, and they fight and stuff happens.
What?
We get it, and this is a new story with new things, and maybe there's someone even worse than Pyramid Head.
And this is what you came up with? This is the thing that's worse than Pyramid Head? What delusion is that?
You know, in a way, he actually is worse than Pyramid Head. You know why? He broke the neck of a young child.
It's not a new story with new things, like he said. It's the same story with the same things, right down to the giant guilt monster chasing the main character around with an oversized utensil. They think that as long as he doesn't look like Pyramid Head, they're not cheapening Pyramid Head as a monster, but they're doing something worse by not using Pyramid Head's character model, because now they're cheapening him as a concept.
Yeah, that's...
just like Origins did with the Butcher.
Exactly, it's a concept. It doesn't matter how it looks.
By the same reasoning, they think that as long as they don't use amnesia, they're not copying the story of Silent Hill 2, but is there really a difference between won't remember and won't admit? It's the same concept. The character must learn to look past his denial and face his crime, and he must do it through the power of the purgatory that is Tom Van thinks is Silent Hill. After all, what is a place that makes you face your inner demons other than purgatory?
Downpour makes that argument loud and clear. Silent Hill is purgatory. The Tom Hewlett and Devin Shatsky sides of Huwalski wouldn't actually admit that, but Tom Waltz knows the truth.
Yeah, you know, I kind of agree. Silent Hill 2, again, there is obviously an interpretation you can make that it's all a purgatory, and James is seeking atonement. And depending on how you play the game, you will achieve that or not. I can see that. I think it's a valid interpretation. But there are 3 other true Silent Hill games that don't deal with the purgatory thing and facing your inner demons. But no, it's all about Silent Hill 2.
Past Life is an early look at Silent Hill as it's making the transition to being that purgatory.
Huwalski believes in this concept so much that he created a crossover character that appears in both Past Life and Downpour to prove it. That character is the Negro postman Howard Blackmail.
Howard Blacksmith is the worst thing that ever happened to Silent Hill, and not just because he's black.
Excuse me?
The second you introduce him in Downpour and make the connection that he's the same character from Past Life, which took place 150 years earlier, the purgatory explanation becomes the only explanation. The only way that this guy from 1867 can show up today is if he's either a ghost or has been trapped in Silent Hillgatory for hundreds of years, or both.
He could be time traveling.
Nobody thinks he's time traveling.
But aren't we looking at Downpour in a... yeah, we were comparing it to other games, and it's the same character. So it's, it's true. It's the only way he could exist there.
He's been there forever. Why is he trapped in Silent Hill forever? Because he's not done facing his demons yet. Before he can move on, he needs to finish delivering the mail so he can face the guilt of killing his slave master by delivering the mail.
Well, this mail ain't gonna deliver itself.
Designed to purgate.
He and DJ Ricky Bobby give us all the proof we need, and Ricky goes so far as to give the town's spiritual power a consciousness and will, along with everything else.
It can also
Ricky
call
Bobby
you on the
is
phone.
Stuck in purgatory, forced to spin records for eternity, until he sees that Murphy can provide him with a way out and signals him through radio dedications.
If we're gonna get out of here, we gotta move fast. You getting this far tells me we might even have a chance of getting out alive.
But the town would really rather Ricky didn't interfere with their intervention.
The town calls him up on the phone and then comes to get him when it sees him breaking the rules.
No!
He's in violation of his Groundhog's Day cycle. Chances are he'll be respawned shortly after Murphy leaves, because that's what happens in Purgatory. You don't get to choose death in Purgatory.
And Cunningham takes a fatal...
8 out of 20. Okay. Wow. Wow. Silent Hill calls him on the phone and says, yeah, I'm gonna send some monsters your way. You're breaking the rules here.
Plunge right at the beginning, and the town spawns her right back in to chase Murphy anew.
But I saw you.
Hands against the wall.
That's also copying Silent Hill 2. Maria dies plenty of times, and she comes back.
Murphy gets shot twice during his journey, a third time depending on which ending you get, and takes his own fatal plunge from the top of a clock tower and always
Imagine Silent Hill calling you, hey, what's up? Yeah, just checking in, making sure you're enjoying Purgatory. Oh, what's that? You're trying to break free? Shouldn't have done that.
Seconds later to start all over again. For all we know, that's what happens to J.C. Penney. Hey, Howard's been alive long enough to have tried suicide once or twice.
Son, you still don't get it. It doesn't matter what you want.
This Groundhog's Day cycle, forced on the characters of Silent Hillgatory in order to ensure that they don't escape their fate through death, is what the game calls the full circle effect, and is currently being put into practice by the Silent Hill Wiki to explain everything in the entire series. We have Tom Van-Hewalski's Downpour to thank for that.
But we have Hewalski's obsession with recreating the success of Silent Hill 2 to thank for the repeated use of the concept that Silent Hill is about facing your demons, which led to the Groundhog's Day cycle being Downpour's explanation of Silent Hill in the first place. These people have nothing new to tell us, and the only thing they do have that's new is that rather than some intangible dark force communicating concepts in vague, disturbing imagery and situational parallels, the town now literally speaks vague, misleading nonsense to everyone who visits in English through a postman whose ghost is literally haunting the town forever until he can face his own demons. The genius that was Silent Hill, the masterfully told story of a demonic cult, unwittingly tainting a mysterious ancient power while trying to bring about the apocalypse through the use of a very real occult ritual to birth a very real demon performed on a very real psychic girl, has been reduced to a therapist town that forces people to live out their own or someone else's personal nightmare until they can work out their own or someone else's personal issues, and if they don't, they're stuck there forever until they do. This must repeat ad nauseum because some people think the cult is boring.
I didn't really care for all the heavy occult-based storyline in SH1 and 3. I find all the ins and outs of the Order to be overly intricate and rather uninteresting, but that's just my opinion. My fundamental view is that
that's just the opinion of the guy who is producing and writing the story of new Silent Hill games. You know what? I didn't like the story of Silent Hill 1 and 3. I'm gonna do my own thing. It's gonna be much better.
The Order should have remained in Silent Hill 1, and every other Silent Hill after 2 should have had its own self-contained storyline as well. All the past games, except SH2, told Silent Hill stories that attempted to intersect within themselves, and that was a bad direction in my opinion. This isn't a sequel or a prequel or a continuation of the soap opera that is The Order, and is in no way attempting to branch off from obscure details in previous storylines. By now you've noticed I've made no bones about my distaste for the storylines with tenuous connections to The Order.
Like he said, that's only his opinion.
Yes, that's only the opinion of the producer.
And why does he say all this?
I found the SH1 and SH3 stories to be a bit convoluted.
It's a bit convoluted, Fancy. Oh, they didn't explain the story to me in straight English on my first playthrough. Damn it, if only I had more time to replay the game and actually analyze things and put the puzzle pieces together. I need to make a game that does it for me.
Messy. I remember sitting back after I beat the first game and thinking to myself, I have no idea what just happened. Is it really over? Don't get me wrong, it was a fun experience, but the story was all over the place and hard to follow.
That's the point!
Tom, is this that Halo chugging buddy you were talking about? Just saying. He looks like the kind of guy who would say all that.
His view, apparently shared by Tom Hewlett and Tom Waltz, is a great irony being perpetrated on the series. Everyone is always talking about taking the series back to its roots. Shattered Memories is going to take the series back to its survival horror roots. Downpour taking the series back to the roots. But their idea of going back to the series' roots is to strip all the cult elements from it in order to keep it as open as possible, denying the fact that the series was born on the cult and owes everything to it. There is no Silent Hill without the cult. It's what the series was about in the first place. Look at the endings of Silent Hill 1. You've got 3 different endings where it was all about the cult and 1 where it was all a dream. Silent Hill 3 comes along and wipes out the dream ending, so what are you left with? 3 endings where the cult and everything they did were real. If they wanted to return to the series' roots, they would have to return to the cult. We've got 3 games under Tom Hewlett in a row now, where not only did they not return to the roots, they uprooted the tree and replanted it in a different country.
Oh, what? Because they're not Japanese? Only Japanese people can make Silent Hill games?
Did I say Japanese? Did I say Japanese?
Yes, you did. Real Silent Hill Experience Part 12B, you did say Japanese.
No. Everyone else said Japanese. Akira Yamaoka said Japanese. And so people thought we were saying Japanese, but we did not say Japanese. You said Japanese. You. Cut it out. No Japanese. No Japanese.
Japanese!
Akira Yamaoka thinks Silent Hill is uniquely Japanese. According to the internet, that makes him a jaded wannabe Japanese elitist Team Silent fanboy weeboo. But that's not important right now. What's important is the producers of this game think they're making a true Silent Hill game just because their monsters have something to do with the main character's inner demons.
In Silent Hill games, the monsters are directly tied to the protagonist's background.
No, they're not. In Silent Hill 1, the monsters are directly tied to Alessa. Alessa Gillespie, the character that you don't play as.
And that's not even entirely true. In Silent Hill 1, they're tied to Alessa's background, and up until the end of that game, the player is supposed to think that she's the bad guy. In Silent Hill 3, they're tied to Claudia's background, and she's the bad guy. And in Silent Hill 4, they're tied to Walter's background, and he's the bad guy. 3 out of 4 games, the monsters are tied to the bad guy. But Tom Van-Huwalski doesn't know that because all he cares about is Silent Hill 2. But even in Silent Hill 2, they're only tied to James until he meets up with Angela's monsters, because that game, they're not just tied to the protagonist, they're tied to everybody.
That's Angela's father who raped her. And so we are seeing the manifestations of her inner demons. But no, the monsters are the protagonist's inner demons.
But he's hung up on the idea that Silent Hill is all about the main character facing their demons, despite that only being true for 23% of the series.
Which Silent Hill game would you say most closely compares to Downpour?
Definitely Silent Hill 2. Downpour has a standalone story that's not tied to any other Silent Hill game, so it's taking the broader concept back to its roots.
No!
Well, this one is actually its own standalone narrative. So similar to how Silent Hill 2 was, it's completely its own story. So what we're trying to do with Silent Hill now is take it back to the roots.
Tom Van-Huwalski...
It's not the roots! Silent Hill 2! 2 is a sequel, it's not the root!
Doesn't realize that pre-Origins, the series was not about facing your demons. The majority of the series was spent in someone else's nightmare, and that made it worse. There was no crazy metagame of trying to figure out what every little thing meant to the protagonist, because everything was as foreign to them as it was to us. That's not saying you can't figure out what certain things mean to certain people, but fear of the unknown is what's supposed to be driving the series, and what's more unknown than the will of a cult and the demon they worship? That is Silent Hill, facing an actual demon, not just your personal ones. And we know that's true just by looking at the series as a whole, including the newer ones. Silent Hill 1 was unarguably about a demon cult. Silent Hill 2 was a departure, and everybody knew that. And all the fans said, go back to the series' roots. So they made Silent Hill 3, which is about the return of the demonic cult. When Silent Hill 3 was being made, Team Silent was broken in half, with the B team working on 4. That B team was making a Silent Hill game without even including the core Team Silent members, save Akira Yamaoka, who doesn't really know crap about the series anyway. And that game they made was about what? A demonic cult. Then Christoph Gans decided he's going to make a terrible, awful movie that people are now saying wasn't bad now, but only because the new one makes it look like a freaking masterpiece. And that's about witch-burning Puritans. So at least the religious element is there. And the second one is then about the cult of Val TL living in Silent Hill. Even Origins and Homecoming tried to make their stories about the cult. Whether or not they failed is amazingly still up for debate, but at the very least, they tried. And all along the way, elements of Silent Hill 2 are included to varying degrees, though this idea of facing the demons did become part of the let's try to be Silent Hill formula because of the worship for that game. And then Tom Hewlett comes along, surrounded on all sides by a demonic worshiping cult, and says, I'm in charge of this series now, and I decide what Silent Hill's about because Konami gave me the authority to do that. He puts his dream team together with a guy who hates the cult and a guy who does nothing about it. They yank the cult out of the story because that's boring. Who wants to hear about the cult anymore? And they make horror games about psychology. Not even psychological horror, but just horror games about psychology. And they say that's what Silent Hill was really about the whole time, and we're returning to the series' roots. What dimension are you from where that is true? Silent Hill installments times 7 about the cult, but the one time it wasn't, that's the series' roots? What dimension are you from where that is true?
All of the Silent Hill games are about the cult, except 2, but we're taking it back to the roots.
All that aside...
All that aside? There's no all that aside. That's all of it.
All that aside, there you go blaming Tom Hewlett again for everything. Isn't it enough that he quit because of you? Now you have to kick him on the way out? Heap more blame on him after he said repeatedly he wasn't in charge?
How many times do we have to show you before you will believe it?
But my role as producer on the games and associate producer is pretty much have to be involved in everything. So pretty much guiding the project from start to finish and everywhere in between.
Listen to the rest of that podcast for details about how Tom Hewlett walked in the front door at Double Helix halfway through Homecoming's production and single-handedly changed the course of the entire game. But we're not done. We've got more.
As producer, I'm in charge of the game as a whole, and nothing goes in without my approval.
One more time.
Repeat that.
As producer, I'm in charge of the game as a whole, and nothing goes in without my approval.
And move on.
In the end, whatever we came up with had to feel like Silent Hill should, and part of my job is making sure that happens as the resident SH expert.
Ooh, resident SH expert. Oh, I'm sorry. Taking it back to the roots. My bad. Did I misunderstand the entire series? Okay, sorry, Tom.
I, of course, went down my list of Silent Hill do's and don'ts during our initial kickoff meetings, and tried to impress on the development team what Silent Hill meant and what made it tick. I'm the living, breathing series Bible.
I am the living, breathing series Bible.
Is what I'm paid to do.
And then he makes 3 or 4 games that show us he knows nothing about it. Don't get us wrong, we don't doubt that he wanted to make a great Silent Hill game. We just question his competency. If it's true that Tom is the walking, talking Silent Hill Bible, then why is the game he made such a confusing mess, and why does it go against every logical conclusion someone can draw from the original 3 games?
So to you, is Silent Hill like an illusion, hallucination that the characters are going through, or is it what some other people think is it's hell and these characters are actually dead, going through basically hell?
Well, the important part of Silent Hill is that all of those answers can be supported. It's really critical that you don't go, well, yes, they're literally monsters and they're in the town. You know, because then everyone who loved the games because in their mind they were a serial killer murdering all these people on the street, suddenly that's gone, and they can't enjoy the game that way.
Oh, I'm so sorry, fans. If you interpreted Silent Hill 2 as a murdering psychopath walking around the city just having fun, but seeing everything as monsters and he's all alone, I'm so sorry to break it to you, but that's not what the game is about.
And that's frustrating. So, while there is a canon, world that Konami follows, it's important that we support all these different things.
2 + 2 = 4. But don't say that out loud, because then someone else who thought 2 + 2 = 5 can't enjoy math that way anymore. Like we've always said, there is an answer, but don't you dare try to figure it out, because then it might make someone sad. Oh no.
The original 3 games gave you a 2 and a 2, and then asked you to add them together to learn what was going on. But what Tom did with Downpour is say 2 + X = Y, pick a multiple choice answer for Y, and then solve for X, because the facts of the story change based on the ending you get, and each one puts forth a different idea about what's going on in the series. The old games would present you with a scenario, and then ask you to fill in the blanks using the clues provided. Downpour fills in all the blanks for you with 6 different answers, and then asks you to choose one. But that's a trap, because the second you pick one of those 6, the other 5 show up to negate your answer. It's not vague and open to interpretation like it should be. It's purposefully convoluted and contradictory.
I don't understand what you're saying. This is confusing.
It's not my fault.
And that's actually my biggest contribution to Homecoming is I went in and made it confusing again. Because they had a very set answer that they wanted to provide.
How about we go ahead and play some Silent Hill Homecoming tomorrow, Fancy? I want that confusing mess. I don't want to puzzle it together. Just make me confused and frustrated with your god-awful gameplay.
And that's just not okay in Silent Hill.
No, what's okay in Silent Hill is to be as confusing as possible for no reason, right? Because that's what Silent Hill does. He's misinterpreting the original's desire to create a constant feeling of doubt, up until the end, as a desire to create confusion just for confusion's sake.
The things Dahlia says in the first game might seem confusing at first.
Strength must overcome petty desire, childish sleep talk.
But once you understand the plot of the game, she makes perfect sense.
Was it not, as I said?
It's the same story with Claudia, only she's more direct.
There is another reason. To fill your heart with hatred. It must be this way. One day you'll understand why.
Vincent throws a few curveballs at you to trip you up and make you question yourself.
Monsters? They looked like monsters to you?
But he freely admits that it's only to screw with you.
Don't worry. It's just a joke.
In all cases, once you fully comprehend the world of Silent Hill, Everything fits. Tom Van Heuvel.
It's 2003. That cutscene, that game is from 2003. 9 years later, this comes out.
Kowalski's characters, on the other hand, are just as cryptic, but without the part where you eventually get what they're saying.
So often the answers are before us, Murphy. If only we allow ourselves to see them.
They are written to be cryptic just because it's a Silent Hill thing to do.
Yeah. Jump scare heavy? Very mild. Very mild. Omori has way more jump scares than Silent Hill 2. Way more. Now, Silent Hill 2 is a masterpiece of psychological horror because it only relies on its atmosphere and oppressive nature of both the story and just, yeah, everything surrounding you. You're not gonna get jump scared. Just immerse yourself. It's beautiful. No fear. Of course, there will be disturbing imagery that can, come as a shock. Like, whoa, that is creepy. But there is no, monster that just... There's nothing like that.
Like having multiple endings. That's a Silent Hill thing to do, right? How about instead of just one twist ending, we do 5 twist endings? That's so Silent Hill, it has to work.
Vegas is a really difficult thing to accomplish in narrative, though. To have a good story, you can't just not know what happens. The writer has to know everything about their characters, from the color of Murchie's hair to what his email address might be. But that doesn't mean you reveal all of it. It's just in the author's mind. When you apply that over the whole story, it's even harder. You put in the time thinking about this stuff, so obviously you want to share it, but then how much info will spoil the vague aspect of the game? You have to give enough for fans to latch onto and discuss, but leave enough out there that there's some mystery. Finding that ideal balance is one of the hardest parts of an SH story.
So there is an answer, but it's vague and confusing, so we can't guess it right away? Well, then stop telling me I'm not allowed to say what the answer is.
Whenever you do that, you state your opinion like it's undeniable fact. Stop doing that, because then you usually say something that makes sense and makes me think my opinion is wrong. And I don't want to think your opinion. I want to think my opinion.
But your opinion's wrong and I can prove it.
Don't do that, because then I'll be mad about it.
Well, get ready to get angry, because I'm about to show you that Tom Van Heuwalski doesn't believe in multiple dimension theory, and his game doesn't believe it either. Look at this line on the statistics screen.
But they're fine if they aren't happening every 5 seconds like in lots of modern horror games. I agree. I definitely do. I was afraid at first when I played Omori. I didn't know how much love and things went into the game. So I was just expecting some indie Undertale inspired thingy to have a bunch of jump scares to make it scary, to make up for the lack of creativity. Just make a bunch of jump scares. That should be scary, right? And of course, it has a couple of them here and there. They're mild. And Omori is a brilliant masterpiece, thanks to its storytelling and atmosphere. But yeah, it's hard to find, Fancy. But rest assured, you can definitely play Silent Hill 1, 2, 3, 4 without being afraid of jump scares. There is one half jump scare in the first game, and maybe a couple in 3 at most. But they're not really jump scares. It's just oh, there's a door that just slams open, maybe, or maybe a loud noise out of nowhere. But there's no jump scare instantly in one frame, like a scary face in one frame and then a loud noise. You can definitely play them and just immerse yourself in the atmosphere. But yeah, start with Silent Hill 2, because it's true. It stands on its own 2 feet. And you can, make what you want with it as you're playing it for the first time. Whereas Silent Hill 1, 3, and 4, they're very detail and puzzle pieces heavy, You need to collect all of the puzzle pieces to understand what's going on. Whereas Silent Hill 2 is more or less open to interpretation, but yeah. And Silent Hill 2 is easy to get into today, because if you have a PC, you can play the PC version Enhanced Edition, and that's really good. Let's see if I still have that link. I should have it. Silent Hill. Is this the one? Did they change the URL? I should have streamed Silent Hill 2 after the remake got announced. That could have gotten a lot of views. Downloading usage. Yeah, I guess this one, Fancy. Go ahead and bookmark it for later use. And if you need help to get the game, hit me up. Your daily quota of calls. My man Opus. I'm so proud of you.
That shows the time ticking away in the real world while I'm standing on the edge of a precipice, surrounded by monstrous creatures. Well, if I'm in the real world, then where's all the people?
The Silent Hill Wiki people are in denial about that one, just like most multi-dimensional supporters are in denial of this quote from Tom Hewlett's blog.
The games don't span multiple dimensions.
What if it's not multiple dimensions? What is it, Tom?
Generally, I really don't think of the powers in Silent Hill as a force that has intention or design. I tend to lean toward the idea that it's a gathering of energies in a specific place that happens to give shape to a person's inner mind.
That's perfectly in line with what we say. There's a bit of a gray area on whether or not it's conscious, but we'll give him that. But then he contradicts himself.
Technically, Silent Hill, the weird, scary place, is in everybody's head. But that's just my view.
The way we perceive it is that it's a living, breathing town, and what Murphy sees, or what James sees, isn't what everybody else is seeing. It's sort of the parallel reality thing, right? There could be a normal
Okay. Yeah, Opus, we finished up Silent Hill Downpour, and I'm finally closing the chapter of this fucked game by watching, or for me, rewatching a 2-hour-long review about the game. And gathering my thoughts and feelings for a YouTube VOD to lay it to rest. Emulating the PlayStation 2 version? Yeah, that's valid. It's easy. It works. But it's not perfect. And I highly recommend that you play the enhanced edition. I really do. You will get much higher fidelity overall. Resolution and stuff like that. But yeah. Do whatever you want, but I recommend the enhanced edition if you don't have access to a real PlayStation 2.
Town of Silent Hill going on right now, and the fact that Murphy is wandering through it and not seeing anybody is because that's what Murphy's experiencing. That's what the town is bringing out of him. We want to leave it up to the player's own interpretations to a certain extent, but from everything we've read and from the development team that still exists in Japan that we've talked to, the original intent for Silent Hill was that it's a living, breathing, normal town. What James is experiencing in the time he's there, for example, is just within his own mind and his own inner demons coming out.
No. It was a living, breathing, normal town in Silent Hill 1. You know, the first game, the roots that you're trying to go back to. Opus knows all about that. It was a normal resort town. But then the story took over with Alessa and the nightmares becoming reality. God fucking damn it. It's not some parallel reality with normal people walking around, but you're in the spooky version, seeing monsters and stuff. That is not what Silent Hill is about. It wasn't in Silent Hill 1, and wasn't in 3, and not 4 either. There are no multiple dimensions in that case.
It's the whole parallel reality scenario, where there could be people going back and forth and walking down the street while he's there, and he's not noticing them or seeing them.
You could probably play Silent Hill 2 and have that theory that it is a fully functioning, normal, breathing town, but James is so fucked and like buried inside his own mind that he's seeing everything as monsters and you're going around as a serial killer. Sure, whatever. If that's your interpretation, have fun. But Silent Hill 1, 3, and 4 are objectively not about that.
His own personal Silent Hill.
So the power of the town is that it can make you hallucinate? That sucks a lot of the mystique out of it. Why is Silent Hill required to do that? You could do that anywhere.
And that would mean that, like Tom said, you're a serial killer running around killing people and then just hallucinating in the nightmare, which means that Silent Hill is the serial killer capital of the universe.
Yeah, this video came out in 2013. 1 year after the game came out.
How many killers is that so far? That would have to be at least 12 that we know of, not counting people outside of the games.
And then there's the fact that people are hallucinating each other's monsters, although we wouldn't expect them to pick up on that since they think it's exclusively the protagonist's nightmare.
And that also contradicts the game's purgatory setup where the people get stuck in their Groundhog's Day cycles.
Not to mention the rampant teleportation happening constantly throughout the later games.
And if it's just a hallucination and the people are really there, but you just don't think they are, then why does Sybil end up in Silent Hill? Because someone would have picked up when she radioed in, and then she never would have needed to go there.
Tom Waltz thinks the town is just haunted. Blah, 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 haunted town, blah, blah, blah.
Ah, there we go. The nightmare isn't a hallucination, nor is it a twisted spiritual power. Silent Hill is just haunted.
Just haunted, dude. Actually, you thought it was about the cult. It's haunted. Sacred place. Indian burial grounds. Suck my nuts, dude.
That explains how completely unscary Downpour is.
Outside of the monsters and chase sequences, Silent Hill Downpour is nothing but a series of hauntings. Every side quest is a literal ghost story where you put the souls of the past to rest. Ghosts talking to you in mirrors. Tire swings that became hanging bodies. Shadowy reenactments of murders. Reenactments of murders.
Characters like me turn up out of nowhere.
Apparitions of monster encounters that disappear mysteriously. Literal ghosts
It's
that live
haunted!
in cans and dolls. The pre-E3 trailer showed everyone exactly what they were getting into, and nobody said anything.
And then the nightmare world shows up through the power of Disney magic.
Copyright.
And you enter the Universal Studios Silent Hill Spook House and get chased around by a red light.
Murphy, run!
It's as if they took the Borley Haunted Mansion and Hospital Nightmare transition from Silent Hill 3 and turned them into this entire game.
Yeah.
They use copious amounts of this red and green lighting Silent Hill 2 used so effectively to make their game look as funhousey as possible.
Yeah, that's why I called the stream Boo Haunted House. It's just an amusement park haunted house thingy. That's what it is. Amusement park.
Then you get on the Haunted Mine Train and check out the strobe-lighted scene they stole from Condemned Criminal Origins.
Oh, I think I've seen that.
They must really love Condemned Criminal Origins.
The way the series' trademark fog has been treated in Downpour is less than satisfactory. Silent Hill's fog was always very thick and severely limited your view of the world around you. This made running around the town suspenseful and played on your fear of the unknown because you couldn't see what might be out there in the frothy broom. Your fear would intensify when your radio started to emit static and warning of a monster lurking just beyond your field of vision. Downpour's fog is more of a light mist that doesn't obscure anything within hundreds of feet. They seem to be using it to create what they consider atmosphere rather than just plain old fear. You can see vast distances that cut down on the feeling of claustrophobia the original fog was able to induce.
Long range shotgun, let's go.
This game is the most pathetic attempt at horror we've seen in a long time. Did they not watch the making of Silent Hill 2 like the Shazam guys did? The originals were scary because they had a way of
shaking people's heart deeply.
They had a unique way of screwing with your mind by showing you things that were shocking and disturbing and you didn't know why. This thing, I don't know what this thing is, but I don't want it anywhere near me right now. And then they'd mess with your emotions by taking something like that and making it pathetic, so you're disturbed and shocked and you feel bad about it. And it was room after room after room of this stuff. There was always something new and unidentifiably messed up or creepy every 30 seconds.
That's the stuff that really makes the psychological aspect of the horror in a Silent Hill game. Walking into a room, seeing something screwed up, and then sitting there for 10 minutes trying to figure out what it means
10 minutes,
why
baby.
It's so disturbing. They did the exact same thing with audio. You'd hear sound effects that had the same effect.
Oh, that audio is so good.
In Downpour, all you'll see is a bunch of empty rooms or haunted blood spatters. And you'll hear nothing except that dumb sound that keeps...
Like, nothing in Downpour was memorable. But when I finished the first 4 Silent Hill games for the first time, I remembered stuff. I remembered places and events. The only thing I remember from Downpour is some of the cheesy cutscenes and the water slide and the void. But I don't remember like the terrain. I don't remember the layout of buildings and stuff. It's just all so forgettable and copy and pasted.
It's playing. There is only a 10-second section of the game that Downpour succeeds in emulating Silent Hill through the use of sound effects. During the Dead Man's Hand side quest where you run through an empty sewer until you pick up a beating heart in a jar.
Oh, yeah.
The rest of the game is devoid of unique sounds and situations that are disturbing or uncomfortable in a Silent Hill way.
Silent Hill managed to be so disturbing and uncomfortable by incorporating the themes of
sex and death
without actually showing
sex and death.
This is a concept the previous 3 games failed to grasp, and a concept Downpour ignores altogether. Downpour's theme is death, 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 ghost haunted death. These sex dolls are the only reference to sex in the game, and they're the kind of thing that the Silent Hill Wikia labels as a representation of the protagonist's sexual frustration, which is the Silent Hill Wiki's way of explaining anything in any of the games that looks remotely sexual.
Designed to sexually frustrate.
Oh yeah, I'm there.
But the real reason this theme should be included in a Silent Hill game is to add the disturbing element to the death theme, so you can
shake human's heart, deeply.
Otherwise, you get something like Downpour.
This idea of shocking players in a subtle and disturbing way goes straight through the head of Tom Vinhuwalski and comes out the other side as blatantly disgusting. There is a scene in Silent Hill Downpour that is so reprehensible and wrong that we refuse to show it. This scene features their Pyramid Head archetype snapping the neck of a 6-year-old child and discarding his body on the floor while Murphy looks on in panicked horror. It's not subtle, it's not scary, it's sick and evil. They're trying to use this scene in a misguided attempt to shock the player in exactly the opposite way a Silent Hill game would do it.
Where an original would provide a story or suggestion about this kind of thing and then let your mind do the rest of the work, Downpour is outright murdering little children on screen for your entertainment. We know technically it's not happening on screen, but it's just above the screen and being silhouetted against the wall, so it might as well be.
Tom Hewlett, Devin Shatsky, Tom Waltz, you have gone too far. It's disgusting and wrong, and you should be ashamed of yourselves.
New Silent Hill games are not unfamiliar with the concept of blatancy.
Thank you, Champy.
The way Silent Hill used to handle its symbolism was blatantly subtle. It would scream out concepts and meanings that you might never understand until you beat the game, and then you might not fully understand what they were trying to tell you until your 3rd or 4th playthrough, if you even realized they were trying to tell you something. Not with Downpour. You can't get much more blatant than this game's imagery. Bars and cages and bars and clocks and prisoners and bars and cages and clocks and bars and clocks and prisoners and cells and cages and bars and clocks and prisoners? What does it all mean?
You tell me.
I spent a lot of sleepless nights racking my brain trying to come up with the answer to that question, but I think I finally got it. You want to know what it is? You'd never guess it.
It's because Murphy was in prison.
No. This guy.
The development team's skill with symbolism begins to shine brightest when it comes to the game's soundtrack. Specifically, the licensed tracks that play on the radios scattered throughout the town.
Speaking of which, this next one goes out to Murphy Pendleton, a lost soul on a stroll. You keep on keeping on, bro, and your pal DJ
Oh yeah, it's great.
do the same. Playing the music y'all want to hear.
Yeah, if you want a good overview of the series, Fancy, go ahead and check out Twin Perfect Silent Hill. Yeah, exactly. This is part 15. But they go through all of the games and provide a very good overview of it. I don't agree necessarily with everything they say, but it's a good start. Although you should probably play the games first. They do, of course, cover the story.
May wonder what the significance is in playing Andy Williams' Born Free.
Born free.
Don't even try. You'll never get it.
Actually, they play Born Free because
Murphy was in
absolutely
prison.
right. It's because everybody involved with the game was obsessed with the Showtime original television show Dexter. So much so that they chose that series' music composer Daniel Licht to write the original music for Downpour, which is fine. The music he did, whatever. A lot of people were very upset when they found out that Akira Yamaoka wouldn't be doing the music for Downpour, but as we know from the previous 3 games, Akira Yamaoka does not a Silent Hill game make.
But whoever it was that chose all these licensed tracks thought they were being really clever by choosing songs with titles and lyrics that sound uncannily like they're singing about Silent Hill. It's really gauche.
It's really gauche. We have some examples of the songs they selected as not so subtle representations of Downpour's story. Fouge, if you please.
Oh no, I don't think I'm ready for this.
The song is titled I'm Afraid of Storms. Sometimes I get scared, want to leave the lights on, when I hear thunder and the wind's blowing strong, and the rain beats down, it's beating down my door. Won't you help me, Lord? Because I'm afraid of storms. What's so funny?
Keep going.
The next one is called Here Be Monsters. Fell in the well. Church rang a bell. Priests, they just tried to help, but he went straight to hell, lost in the flames. Such a shame. Here be monsters again. Here be monsters again.
And here be some unscary monsters again. Yeah. While there was at least some imagination in Hostel coming with their awful monster design, Downpour's monsters are not even monsters half the time.
I can't believe, yeah, Homecoming is better.
They're just people with goofy smiles. They look like prisoners. What does it mean?
Yeah, fancy tell me. The prisoners in cages and clocks. And the prisoners in the prison and the cage and the clocks.
We don't really have to make a comparison between these monsters and the originals, do we? That's not a conversation we need to have, is it? Because I don't think they deserve to be mentioned in the same sentence.
Lord, when you put them side by side like this, the fuck am I looking at?
Between these monsters and the originals, do we? That's not a conversation we need to have, is it? Because I don't think they deserve to be mentioned in the same sentence.
Even today, most fans' favorite game is Silent Hill 2.
In my opinion, that's one that's, you know, it's set the bar up here as far as survival horror goes, and we'd be lucky to be even talked about in the same conversation as that game.
You know, I am talking about Silent Hill 2 in regards to Downpour, but not in the light that you would have wished.
So, but, you know, we'll let the fans and the reviewers decide if it's even, you know, worthy of that praise.
They let us, the fans, decide if it's worth it, the praise? Well, as a Silent Hill fan, who played through all of the games as of today, Downpour fucking sucks.
Well, if you're leaving it up to us, I'll tell you right now that it isn't. Silent Hill Downpour is not even good as a game on its own, nor is it a good Silent Hill game. It fails both our tests of an adaptation, functional and contextual.
It doesn't approach the bar set by Team Silent's games, and serves nothing more than to cause undue confusion and arguments among Silent Hill fans.
More than that, Downpour is Tom Hewlett's magnum opus, the game the self-proclaimed walking, talking Silent Hill Bible made to prove to the world that he could do better than Team Silent making their own.
There you flip and go again, blaming Tom Hewlett. You've crossed the line this time. I've had enough of this crap. Enough!
What happened to you? You used to be so agreeable.
I just feel like you guys betrayed me. I was looking around the internet and I found this website. You guys are terrible effing people.
How?
You guys are stating everything as fact and leaving no room for other people's hard-earned opinions. You're so obnoxious about it, as if you had a hand in creating the games. Get over yourself.
Yeah, Opus, get over yourself. You think you had a hand in making Silent Hill 1? Get over yourself. Get real. You don't even have hands. You have paws.
Because we don't say, in my humble opinion, every other line, that makes us horrible. All we're doing is telling people the truth about—
Shut up! Nobody's fully right or wrong. It's not all black and white. You can't hold a monopoly on truth.
Why don't you both stop fighting? I can't take the fighting anymore.
There's so much strife in this community. People are dying. Don't you get it?
10 years later, Fungo, we have a sprinkler of Silent Hill games coming out. People are dying.
There are dying in the streets over your Silent Hill nonsense. It's just a game. It's not the end of the world. It's not the end of the world. It is the end of the world. Ah!
End of the world.
I'm done. I'm done, boys. I am so done. Finally, I can close the coffin for good on this piece of crap media that's titled Silent Hill. And with that, I want to thank you all very, very much for watching. I'm gonna go and cry. But first, I'm gonna raid Mr. Amnesiac. Probably. Let's see if we can find him. Do you think he's live? Where is my Mario Kart? Where is my Silent Hill music? There we go. Anniversary of Silent Hill 1 stream ain't happening, dude. I'm so done. I'm done with Silent Hill. Until Silent Hill F comes out. No, all jokes aside. This has been fun, but severely frustrating. And I hope you guys enjoyed it at least a little bit. Yeah. Fancy, thank you very much for being here throughout most of the video. It made it much more fun to watch. And it's interesting to have, you know, someone like me who has been through Silent Hill too many times now. And someone who's, I guess, a newcomer. And think that Silent Hill Downpour is the best. I like it. I like the company. It's a beautiful purgatory. Yeah, same here, Fancy. I'm trying my best. It ain't working out. So, let's see. Are we gonna raid Amnesiac or Doan? I feel like raiding Doan for now. He's playing the Splatooners. So we could just swing by and say hi. Can I just let y'all in one last little piece of Silent Hill trivia that I think is pretty neat? So, in my opinion, there are only 4 Silent Hill games. Yeah, Woomy. There are 4 true Silent Hill games, the numbered ones, right? And it's the best, yeah. So the very first song of Silent Hill 1 sounds like this. Okay. And the very last song of Silent Hill 4, aka the last real Silent Hill game, ends with this. The very last part of the song ends with this. It's a fake crowd, by the way. And that's how the soundtrack ends. So it's just a constant loop. You play 1 to 4, and then you go back and you do it all again. Alright, boys. Thank you very much for watching. Say hello to Doan for me. It would be so nice. And with that, I'll be signing off, and I'll see you guys tomorrow, most likely. Bye for now.